Hi.
Hi. Good morning, everyone.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
I can hear you very well. Uh,
Okay.
Ishan, you need to go to the old YouTube link, the wrong one, and put a link
Hi.
on the YouTube
Good
link. There
morning,
are people
everyone.
waiting.
Can you
Okay.
hear me? Yes,
Yes.
I can hear you very well.
Yes, Sam.
Uh, Ishan, you need to go to.
So for everyone that's waiting in on YouTube, if you just give us a minute, we will be starting very soon. Thank you so much for joining all of us today for this South Asian conference, uh, hosted by Rotman School of Management and in association with the India Innovation Institute. My name is Ishan Ghate. And before we kick off the conference, I would like to start with a land acknowledgement. Although we are meeting virtually, we wish to acknowledge this land on which the University of Toronto operates. For thousands of years, it has been the traditional land of the Huron Wencat, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. My name is Ishan Ghate, and I am a graduating MBA student of the Rotman School of Management. I and a group of my MBA peers have worked very hard to organize this conference for all of you today, and we really hope that you gain great value from the conversations we have planned today. I would now like to introduce Professor Partha Mohanram. He is the John H. Watson Chair in Value Investing and the Academic Director of the India Innovation Institute. He's a teacher and researcher in the accounting area here at Rotman, and his research work focuses on fundamental analysis and valuation. He also teaches an MBA elective course that is Business Analysis and Valuation, which I took. I will now hand over to Professor Partha Mohanram. The floor is yours.
Um, Thank you very much, Ishan. I hope you guys can hear me. My name is Partha Mohanram, and I'm the director of the India Innovation Institute, as Ishan mentioned. So, what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to take much time. I'm going to take maybe 10 minutes and hand over to our keynote, Mr. Dr. Sam Petroda. And what I will do in these 10 minutes is I'll just briefly talk about the India Innovation Institute. I'll talk about what we are trying to achieve in this conference, and also give you a brief overview of the three panels. And then uh, Sam, you will have, I'm guessing, at least 25 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you.
And what we will do is we will collate all the questions from YouTube and try to, I will ask you a summary of those questions. And then we hope you can stay for the rest of the conference. But if you can't,
Right.
we understand. That's perfectly fine. So the India Innovation Institute is a institute of the University of Toronto, which is housed at the Rotman School of Management, and I'm the second academic director, and I've been in this position since 2016. And what we try to do here is we try to hold events such as this. So this is our sort of flagship event, our annual conference, which we do. This is the third time we are doing it. We did it in 2018 and we did it in 2019, and we did it in person, so in the beautiful DeSottles Hall at Rotman. Um, we had planned an even bigger event in 2020 when the pandemic struck, and 2021, and so it had to be cancelled. In 2021, it was very difficult to hold the event because that was the time when people were still scrambling to deal with the effects of COVID. And I always do this events in conjunction with students who themselves were facing a lot of challenges, placement and otherwise. So this year, this conference has been sort of brought back to life, and I'm very grateful to the students. Ishan and his amazing team who have, basically, uh, I have given them some guidance, but this conference is largely their work. And I'm also very grateful that Sam, who gave a wonderful book talk for us just a month ago, agreed to be the keynote. So basically, we this would be a flagship for our event. Now, today's event will have the keynote speech by Sam. Following that, we'll have three very, very interesting panels. So, firstly, I just want to make a one sort of big point. Um, Although ostensibly, or in reality, the focus of the India Innovation Institute is India and innovation. I like to use the word India broadly as South Asia. Um, uh, Today's panelists should not feel constrained to speak only about India, because these people, while their origins may be from South Asia, they have basically worked in different geographies, including India. But at least our hope is that whatever their area of expertise, we can think about how these things help or can help a developing country such as India. So that should be the perspective, even if the actual experience may not necessarily be there. So after Sam's keynote, we will have a, a panel on social entrepreneurship. And we have three panelists there. Umesh Malhotra, who is the CEO of this venture called Hippocampus, which essentially tries to work in the rural education space in India. So Umesh has won numerous awards for his work, and it's a social enterprise. This is not an NGO, but he's doing a tremendous job. We have Miss Lê Luong, who is a Vietnamese Canadian business person, and she's working in the organic biofertilizer business, and in some sense, trying to reduce the environmental impact of things like fertilizer. And interestingly, she works in different, she sells her products in different parts of the world, including India. And so she's, and then we have Mr. Vivek Ramsubramaniam, who's the partner in Deloitte, and hopefully he can tell us about how mainstream organizations like consulting firms and other organizations, how are they supporting social entrepreneurs. The moderator for this event is Ms. Jodi Grewal, who's one of my colleagues here in the accounting department. She's a PhD from Harvard, and she also does a lot of research work on ESG. So that should be a very, very interesting panel. Our next panel is on financial services, and we have three panelists. We have Mr. Sandeep Goel, who is the CEO of ICICI Bank Canada. We have Mr. Ajanta Ganeshalingam, who works for RBC. I don't have the sheet in front of me, so Ajanta, if you work for one of the other competing banks, my apologies. But he works in a very sort of emerging area of finance. And finally, we have T.S. Anil, who's the CEO of this online bank in the UK called Monzo, which is one of the fastest virtual banks out there. And so they've been in the news, and they're doing some pretty amazing things. Like, for example, Monzo, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal about how Monzo Bank has uh, started instituting paid sabbaticals, kind of similar to academia, but this is a private sector organization doing this, so it's pretty amazing. And we will end with so the moderator for the finance panel is going to be Dushyant Vyas, who's also one of my colleagues here. And Dushyant is an absolute expert in financial services, and he teaches this wonderful course on financial distress here at the Rotman School of Management. And the third panel will be on technology and entrepreneurship, and we have three panelists there as well. Uh, Girish Mukai works for in the sort of AI space. He currently is working for a startup called Health AI, which uses artificial intelligence to help companies proactively and predictively manage their IT infrastructure, so that it identifies breakdowns before they happen. So Girish is going to talk to us about artificial intelligence. Um, the the next panelist in that group is Miss Monica Varman. So Monica is a undergrad from Columbia. I remember meeting her 15 years ago when she was an undergrad, and or something like that. And she's an MBA from Harvard. She has very interesting work experience in. She's worked in the environmental sector. She's also worked for Tesla, and she currently works for a green venture fund which sort of focuses on environmental investment. So she would be the second panelist. And the third panelist, his name is Angad Arneja. He is an undergrad here at Rotman. And he is has unique distinction of being the co-founder of this company called Wombo, WOMBO, that some of you may have heard of. Wombo was the most downloaded app in the world for the last month if you go to the app store. So this is an AI app, and they have two versions of the app. One allows you to um, generate, say, using AI to generate art based on what phrase you provide them. And it's a truly amazing app. I've used it myself many times. And so, and they have different other sort of products and services as well. And it'll be fascinating to hear about how a young student tries to juggle both studying as well as creating what's going to become a very successful enterprise clearly. So that's what we have in TAP. Now, I have to make this following statement. So one thing we strive to do whenever we put up events like this is we strive to have a balanced and diverse panel. And if you look at the panel list of panelists, they're amazing panelists, but you can see that me and the team have fallen short on our goal of diversity. We have only two panelists who are, two of the nine panelists are women. One of the three moderators is a woman. I have no excuses. I don't want to make excuses because we should have done better. We promise to do better the next time around. The only thing I can say is that we had some cancellations, which has made the structure of the panels a little more skewed than it should have been. But I want to assure those of you who are potentially disappointed by this to just know that the next time around we will uh, not strive, we will successfully have a more balanced panel of speakers. So that is pretty much it as far as I am concerned. I know we are running a few minutes early, which is great. So Sam, you have 30 minutes instead of 25 minutes, and I will mute myself. And Sam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Partha Mohan Ram, Ishan Ghate, Gaurav Doshi, distinguished panelists and speakers, dear students, greetings from Chicago. It is indeed a special honor and privilege for me to be with you at this Rotman South Asia Business Conference. First, I want to compliment Professor Mohan Ram, Ishan and his team for an outstanding program that you have outlined. I wish you all the best, and I admire your effort to bring so many great speakers together for a very interesting conversation on building business resilience. It is a complex subject. It depends on how you look at business resilience. If it is only to increase profit, sustain business, provide jobs, it's one angle. But when you look at business as part of a very complex ecosystem, which is connected with local culture, politics, social challenges, then I think this topic gets a different dimension. South Asia is one of the most important, interesting, and exciting part of our world. It consists of 8 countries, but 2 billion people. 1/4 of the humanity lives in South Asia in only 8 of the 200 countries. And this part of the world has huge history and heritage, complexity, diversity, and tremendous opportunities. It has colonial past, regional conflicts, but at the same time, huge young talent. Everywhere else, population is aging and decreasing, while in this part of the world, population is young and increasing. So to me, South Asia has the potential to be the key human resource provider for the world. It has large population of Hindus. Almost 98% of Hindus live in that part. 90% of the Sikhs. 32% of Muslims in the world live in that part of the world. 35 million Christians. 25 million Buddhists. It is indeed a part of the world which is very inclusive, homogeneous. But it is part of the world which is still grappling with democracy, institution building, civil society, scientific temper. And in that kind of an environment, thinking of business resilience means something very different than in Europe or North America. Look at South Asia from a global perspective, and you realize it is also a very large market on its own. You don't need to go anywhere except South Asia to build a huge business. 2 billion people is the biggest market you can think of. And that is a very big opportunity. Post-pandemic, things look very different. Like all of us, no one ever thought, with all my background, all my time, free time, because I no longer work full time, I could ever imagine that something like coronavirus will put entire world at halt. And I think there are a lot of lessons to learn from coronavirus, corona crisis. One is that we are all interconnected, interwoven, interdependent, interrelated. And we must look at inclusive world. There is no way you can isolate yourself. You cannot isolate your business from the ecosystem, nor can you isolate as an individual or a society. You got to think more in terms of biological process and not compartmentalized concept that we sort of promote in a Western world. I find that corona crisis has really changed the future of mankind. In many ways, we have become aware of the fact that our health infrastructure is not adequate. We have also realized that our businesses cannot build the kind of resilience we would like to build because we don't know what will happen in one corner of the world, which will affect in a way we had never thought of. So when I look at business resilience today, I want to go one step beyond profits. Unfortunately, the world today still works on command and control. World today still is based on colonial mindset, where people only focus on power and profit. I think corona crisis reminds us that we need to think of planet and people. When you think of planet and people, you got to focus on sustainability and inclusion. So to me, this is an opportunity to really redesign business systems, business logic, and think of the world that we will create in the future. And there, I find that hyperconnectivity has very important role to play. I have spent over 55 years of my working life on connectivity. I started my work in telecom in 1965 in Chicago. And I have seen the progress we have made in the last 5 decades, and especially in the last 2 decades. It took us almost 115 years to connect 1 billion telephones. And then all of a sudden, in last 20 years, we added another 7 or 8 billion. Today, we live in a connected world. What does this connectivity mean to business resilience? This connectivity is very special because it is about content, context, and communication. Today's hyperconnectivity is all about democratization of information, decentralization of logic and decision making, and demonetization of services. 10 years ago, we couldn't think of a video conference call like this, where people from all over the world are connected at essentially no cost. What does all of this mean to business resilience? What does it mean to the society? How are we using hyperconnectivity today, and how should we be using hyperconnectivity? These are the questions I have been asking for last 5-7 years. Unfortunately, we use hyperconnectivity today to improve productivity and efficiency, cost reduction, but not to take humanity to the next level. And that is the challenge we need to think of when we think of business resilience in a post-pandemic world. I recently did a book called Redesign the World. I'm going to talk a little bit about it because it does have implications on business resilience. Because during COVID crisis, when I was locked up at home in self-quarantine, I realized that the world was last designed just about the time when I was born. I was born in 1942 in British Raj in India. Then world was just coming out of the World War II, not knowing that when will it end. And at that time, US-led efforts resulted in a design of the world that we follow today. It gave birth to UN, World Bank, IMF, NATO, WHO, ultimately WTO, and many other institutions. It also gave birth to measurements like GDP, GNP, per capita income, balance of payment. For example, in South Asia, our normal GDP is 5 trillion. Our GDP, when it is balanced to the purchasing power, is about 15 trillion. Per capita income in South Asia is very low, about $2,300. So all of these things were designed almost 80 years ago, 75 years ago. A lot of things happened after that design. India-led movement decolonized the world. China could rise to a level no one ever thought China could rise. Soviet Union fell apart. Technology became pervasive. I always remind myself that I had never used telephone before coming to America. I was too poor to have telephone. India had very few phones then. It used to take 20 years, 10 years to get a telephone connection. I had never seen television before coming to America. because there is no TVs in India. Today, every part of the world has smartphones. Everybody is connected. Technology has been democratized to some extent. And part of the byproduct is inequality has also increased. The design that was created did do a lot of good. It lifted millions out of poverty, improved longevity, decreased infant mortality, but at the same time, it didn't solve the problems related to hunger, violence, conflicts, poverty. So in the last 70 years, a lot of good has happened, mainly because of technology. Then came 9/11, which was to me a response to a unipolar world. And finally, COVID-19. These 7 so-called tipping points demand that we think of the world very differently. That the design that was created 75 years ago doesn't work in a hyper-connected world. In fact, what you see today in Ukraine is an example of the fact the old design doesn't work. Fight in Ukraine is all about dismantling the old design. People are demanding that we need new paradigm. We need not just American vision based on the old design or Chinese vision based on Belt and Road Initiative, but we need a new vision which is more in tune with the networking, collaboration, cooperation, co-creation. But it's difficult for people to grasp and agree and build consensus. What world needs today, according to me, is to move away from the old design, build on what we already have achieved, not dismantle everything, because a lot of good has happened, but build on the old design to take humanity to the next level. And to me, all of these things also relate to building resilience in the business. Old design was based on democracy, human rights, capitalism, consumption, and military. New design has to be based on inclusion, because all of the world conflicts are related to exclusion. You look at what happens in Middle East, Arab-Israel conflict, what happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Vietnam. A lot of these things have roots in exclusion. In fact, the world history is full of wars because of exclusion. We must learn to build inclusive society. But in the polarized politics of today, we are doing exactly opposite. We are dividing people as opposed to uniting people. We are weakening institutions of democracy because of authoritarian mindset as opposed to strengthening it. We are losing scientific temper in the name of religion, false beliefs. And all of these things are going to have huge impact on business resilience. For business to survive, you need peace. For business to flourish and provide prosperity, peace is a starting point. If you live in a war zone, you spend too much time and resources on fighting with each other, and you don't have enough money left for development. Today in the world, we spend $2 trillion a year on defense. Look at the response to Ukraine crisis. Provide more machines, more hardware to fight, as opposed to saying, let us stop this fight. Let's have discussion around the table as to how can we really come to consensus. You can always blame X, Y, Z for it. But the bottom line is You continue to fight, you continue to provide hardware and military machine, and you want to increase defense expenditure to 2.5% of GDP, as opposed to focusing on non-violence. Today, we spend $2 trillion on one hand on war machine, when we know we need only 200 billion a year to eliminate hunger and poverty. But we don't do that because we still have the mindset of the past based on command and control. We still value only power and profits. How do you change this? Only young people can change it. Older population has no interest in making that shift. So we need a new paradigm, a new design, and that design will have to come from the younger generation like you all. So I hope we get more time to talk today a little bit about redesign of the business, redesign of the world, and the role young people have to play. Because the world we have today is not designed to lift millions and millions out of poverty. World today is designed to create more billionaires, more disparity, because we value only profits and power. It is unfortunate that the Gandhian idea of the world didn't get the kind of importance it should have gotten during World War. Today's world still carries the mindset of the colonial past. And what was colonial past? You go into a country, you kill local people, you kill local values, like you talked about in the beginning of your opening of your conference about land. Where did it come from? From local Indians. They hardly got any credit. They were shot, acquire the land, control the power. And that has been going on for generations after generations. And I hope as human beings we have civilized to a point we can settle our differences across the table. And hyperconnectivity offers whole new opportunity to redesign business systems for better resilience in the future. With this, once again, I want to remind all of us that South Asia is the most fascinating part of the world. Not because I grew up there, because the diversity of that part of the world is so very unique. And the young talent there offers hope for the world. I want to thank organizers for giving this opportunity, and I look forward to interaction. Thank you. Thank you.
Sam, thank you very much for your wonderful keynote. We've been getting a few questions on the YouTube, and I have a few questions also I'd like to ask you. So let me just try to go in. So there is a Mr. Vardharaj Velamur is asking, I wonder if resiliency as a concept is culturally determined. The way Asian cultures have coped with COVID is very different from Western approaches. So what is your view on this?
Agree. I'm one of those who firmly believe in local talent, local wisdom, local culture, local soil, local microbes. In a globalized world, we must respect localization first. Today, we have blindly globalized everything. So we take global fertilizer and kill local microbes in our soil. That's not the kind of globalization we want. So I agree with the person who asked the question. Localization has a huge role to play.
So it's interesting you mention this thing about fertilizer, because one of our panelists today is kind of working on exactly that area. She's working on biofertilizer
Mhm.
and trying to kind of like help
That's what
organic
we did
farming.
for generations.
Right.
It's only in last 100 years, 50 years, not even 150 years, we have destroyed our soil everywhere.
Okay. So I have one sort of, it's more of a comment, but then it could be a question as well.
Sure.
Um, you have the all over the world, right? People who are actually not that different from each other, involved in arguments or conflicts. So I mean, you see that with um, Russia and Ukraine, of course,
Uh-huh.
where these countries are. And by the way, I'm not suggesting that Ukrainians are Russians. That's the last thing from what I'm saying. But the fact
Mhm.
is, these countries have had a very strong sort of cultural, religious, and linguistic sort of relationship for millennia,
Mhm.
and yet you're in the midst of, like, this terrible war, which could lead to an even bigger war, right?
Mhm.
And closer to home, um, you know, if you look at the South Asian situation, right, we are countries there where again we have so much in common,
Mhm.
and there's so much which can be achieved if we focus on the similarities rather than the differences.
Mhm.
But sadly, society seems to, and I'm not blaming any particular person or certainly not blaming any country. It's only when we come to a foreign country that we realize that we are basically all the same, and uh, how much more can be accomplished if we take a more pragmatic approach. And I'm just comparing that to the Chinese example, where China doesn't even officially recognize Taiwan, and probably threatens to take over Taiwan explicitly or implicitly on an almost daily basis. Yet those countries have very firm and strong economic ties, where lots of investment, by Taiwanese companies in mainland China and back and forth. Why does something like this? Why doesn't this happen elsewhere in the world, like South Asia, for example, or you know, or the
I think
situation
world
in Europe?
over, Professor Mohan Ram, I think it's a very good question. World over, we still have a mindset based on economy of scarcity and not economy of surplus. We live in an era where we can produce anything. There is enough for everybody. So there is no need to fight anymore for resources. I think all the past fights were to go into a country, capture their resources, become rich by robbing the country you conquered. That has been the history of human civilization. Now, because of technology, connectivity, you can produce anything. The question, and globalization, you can share resources. So you got to get out of this mindset of conquering somebody, fighting with someone to capture resources. That's one. Second, you got to realize that we must really build inclusive societies. US is not inclusive because we have Black Lives Matter as a major concern today after 270 years of independence and democracy. US never had a democracy until 1960. Even today, that democracy is not inclusive. In India, we don't have inclusive democracy because we don't treat our minority with respect, dignity, equality. We don't treat our Harijans, Dalits, tribals. So I think it really comes from these two things. One, to realize that there is enough for everybody, and two, you must provide inclusive systems. Even in family, there is no inclusion. Gender equality is a big challenge world over, even in America. So until we genuinely believe in providing dignity, respect to other fellow human being, it is difficult to build a society that you and I would like.
Just to your comments remind me of something I heard once. So there is this Pakistani journalist called Hassan Nisar. He tends to be very, very liberal and quite, let's say, for a closer relationship between India and Pakistan, for example. And he was talking about the craziness where India and Pakistan don't have a formal trade relationship. But what they do is if they want to trade, they say, and there's a little bit, a few trucks do go across Wagah border and stuff, you
Sure,
see
sure,
that.
sure.
But if you want to trade, stuff is sent to Dubai,
Yeah, yeah,
relabeled, and
sure,
sent back. And
sure.
this guy, he had made this comment talking about how like uh, there's a need for like Indian vegetables in like neighboring Pakistani Punjab, and
Sure,
there's a need for Pakistani cement here.
sure.
And his point was, and I'm going to speak in Hindi and translate it. He says his point was, टमाटर टमाटर होते हैं, हिंदुस्तानी टमाटर पाकिस्तानी टमाटर नहीं होते. Tomatoes
That's
are
right.
tomatoes. There's no Indian tomato and a Pakistani tomato. But unfortunately, the world we live in, these the tyranny of small differences is what people refer to this
It is
as.
mindset. I went to Pakistan several times, and I felt at home. But when I say this to some of my colleagues in India, they say, "Oh, how dare you say that?" Of course, I'm at home. They look like me, they think like me, they eat like me, they sing same song. What is the problem? We have lived for centuries together. Pakistan cannot be my enemy. It's all in my mind. I grew up in a small little tribal village where right in front of my house there was a Muslim family. Next to it was Sikh family. On the other side was a Jain family, and the back was a Oriya tribal. And we all grew up together, lived in peace and harmony. No one ever thought that we were different. We were all part of India. I don't know what happened all of a sudden that we see things in terms of different countries, different culture, different language, my enemy. It is bogus that I have enemy at the border. But that's how we create our world. That's how politics survives. Okay. If South Asian countries come together, create a system more like EU, where people can go back and forth, share knowledge, build, you know, businesses together, it will change that region completely. Because the best way to deliver peace is to really exchange goods and services. If you exchange goods and services, there'll be peace. Of course, there'll be a problem in the beginning, but you got to live with that. First conflict, and you can't say this is not right. You got to let it happen. And I agree. Why should tomato from India not go to Pakistan, and why should mango from Pakistan come to India? Of course, it should. That's the right thing to do. But we have created all these borders in our mind. I feel at home when I go there. I don't feel I'm in a different country. People are very nice. I had a taxi driver once in Islamabad who just gave me a great ride and showed me around and said, "Oh, Bhai Saab, you are from Delhi." Oh my God, he was so happy. And we connected. But that's the South Asia we need to create.
So it's fascinating, Sam. You mentioned your childhood in rural Orissa. So my childhood was in urban Bombay, so like the most cosmopolitan city in India. I
Mhm.
have five classmates from my school, Campion School, Bombay, Mumbai,
Mhm.
now Mumbai in Toronto. Five of us. I'm the only Hindu. I have a Muslim classmate here. I have a Parsi classmate here.
Great.
I have a I have a Catholic classmate here and have a Jewish Indian classmate here. Five of us, five different faiths, and that's the India that we all represent.
Exactly. And they are all great people, you know.
Of course they are, yeah. In fact, some of
Absolutely.
them are on right now.
Oh,
So one
great.
of them had trouble with the YouTube link, but he's here. So
Thank
hi, Jerry. Okay. So I have a couple more questions in the chat. So I
you.
have a question from Anup Srivastava, who's actually a fellow accounting academic who's at the University of Calgary. So so his question is, Dr. Sam, you were the first architect of India's foray into electronic policy. In hindsight, How has the actual development been consistent with your original vision, and how has it been different?
First of all, no one ever thought, including all of us who were deep in technology, that internet will arrive the way it arrived. We were talking about at one time ISDN, integrated service digital networks, in 70s, but we didn't think of internet. So I think telecom has done extremely well, surpassed all our expectations in India and globally. Hyperconnectivity is really at the forefront of human development. In India, we have benefited from it. When I started my work in India in telecom in 1980, we had 2 million telephones. It used to take 10 to 20 years to get a telephone connection. In a short span of 4 decades, we are a nation of a connected billion. In addition, we generate $200 billion worth of software service export every year, year after year. And that has changed India completely. It has created millions of jobs, given global recognition to Indian talent, Indian presence. We have built our own very large multinational companies like TCS, Wipro, Infosys, and others. Our talented young Indians are all over the world in Silicon Valley, running one of the largest corporations in the world. And I'm very proud of what we have done in terms of human talent, IT infrastructure, but we failed in building hardware part of it. We failed in building semiconductor industry, local production. We started well during C. Dot time on indigenous production. There was no Huawei then. We could have done much better than Huawei, but we didn't do it. We can go into discussions on why and all that. But the fact is, we focused more on software and not on hardware. And today we export or import more electronic hardware than the energy. People don't realize that. And that's a big challenge in India. So we failed in some, we succeeded in others. But I think we have created a global talent pool. That to me is the biggest accomplishment of the country. We have foreign exchange reserve mainly because of IT. And that IT is now helping us in auto industry, in pharmaceuticals, and many other parts of Indian business to improve our productivity, efficiency, and all of that. So I think I'm proud of the seeds we planted in 80s. Just to give you an example, in Rajiv Gandhi's time, there was technology mission where we had 5 missions related to water, literacy, immunization, cooking oil, milk production, and telecom. Today, we are the largest producer of milk in the world. Then we did not produce any vaccine. Polio was a big challenge. We have eradicated polio completely. We are the largest producer of vaccines in the world today. All of these things happen because we planted right seeds. People don't understand these things. So even when Prime Minister of India talks about the fact that nothing got done in 70 years, he knows that that's a lie. In his heart, he knows. But he says that because it is politically valuable to him. To me, that's an insult to a nation which did so well in the last 70 years, would hold a country of the diversity we have together with flourishing democracy, build a lot of global young talent, build universities like IITs, IIM, and many others, scientific laboratories. So I think India has a lot to be proud of, but a lot more needs to be done. And it's a long way. Thank you.
So actually, Sam, as I have to agree with you completely, as a graduate of one of the IITs and one of the IIMs. I'm very grateful for the investments made by Nehru and the early architects of India, which allowed these sort of temples of wisdom to flourish. And I mean, we can have a different discussion about whether that's resulted in brain drain or not. And it's interesting. We had a panelist, Miss Umaima Mendru, who's actually originally from Pakistan. She had to pull out because of a family emergency. Her company, she's trying to set up an online educational platform which provides, I guess, an MBA equivalent using the latest curriculum from places like Harvard, Wharton, MIT, Stanford. But she wants the people to earn those degrees sitting at home where they are. So there's an initial class of 60 students, people
I
from
would like
India.
to connect with her. I have great interest in doing this for SMEs in India and Africa.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be happy to
This is,
connect you. No problem.
Dr. Bhavan, one other thing I'd like to mention before I forget. Whenever we give credit to Indian talent, we talk about IT and software. We don't do justice to people like you who are in academics. So my apology. I think we have huge talent from India in all global universities, in all global R&D institutions, which we don't quite celebrate. We talk about business and corporate world, but I can tell you, without Indian talent in health, in universities, world over, we'll have a big challenge. So my compliments to you all who teach us and who provide foundation for good education world over. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Sam. It coming from someone like you, it really means a lot to me and to all of us South Asians who work in academia. So thank you very much. Uh, we have a few more questions, but we're kind of pretty much at the end of time right now, and I want to make sure that there's enough time between panels so people can, it's a 4-hour conference. We don't want to go 4 hours straight through. So, Sam, once again, uh, we are so grateful to have you. This is the second time you've been with us in the last month, and as always, after you speak, it's difficult not to feel inspired and hopeful for the world. So once again, on behalf of all
Thank you very
the people in watching online and the organizing committee here, thank you very much. And I'll hand it now over to Ishan, who will set up for the next panel. Thank you,
Thank
Sam.
you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone. With this, we come to the end of the keynote speaker series. We will now break for about 8 minutes, and the next panel will start at 10 a.m. EST. So please feel free to grab a cup of coffee if you'd like. Uh, to you, Mr. Petrola, thank you very much once again for taking the time out to chat with us today. Very, very insightful conversations. And with that, we will now take a break. Thank you, everyone. And anyone interested in the first panel for social enterprise and business, please come back in 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Sam.
you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you might be listening into from. My name is Ishan Ghate. I am one of the organizers of this event. Since we are very close to 10 a.m. EST, we will now be kicking off our first panel. We had a very nice conversation with Mr. Sanjay. So with that, I would now like to hand it over to Ms. Jody Grewal. She is the moderator for the first panel, which is all going to be on social enterprise and business. Over to you, Jody.
Thank you so much. Well, welcome back, everyone. My name is, as Ishan said, Jyotika or Jody Grewal. I'm an assistant professor of accounting at Rotman, and today I have the great pleasure of moderating the social enterprise and business panel. We're so fortunate to have three panelists with us today who have impressive and diverse sets of backgrounds and experiences. So, when traditional economic systems of a country or market-based solution fall short to ensure the well-being of society, social enterprises can spearhead disruptive models to help us solve social and environmental problems. But the social enterprise faces a number of challenges and adversities. So, in this panel, we aim to learn from our panelists' experiences with social entrepreneurship and understand how businesses can navigate situations where social and financial objectives may be in conflict. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our panelists, and I'll do so in the order that we will hear their prepared remarks. So first, Ms. Lei Wang is the CEO and co-founder of Nurture Growth Biofertilizer Incorporated, which provides innovative bioorganic fertilizing solutions to agricultural, horticultural, and related industries on a global scale. Nurture Growth is driving innovation in technologies to create effective and economic alternatives to chemical-based fertilizers. Lei is an experienced entrepreneur with professional experience in business development, sales, and marketing. And in her free time, wherever she finds it, contributes to various community development projects, particularly in Vietnamese communities. Thank you so much for being with us, Lei. Next, we have Umesh Malhotra, who is CEO and founder of Hippocampus Learning Centers, an organization focused on providing education to low-income households in rural India. This organization currently operates a network of over 160 kindergarten and 19 kindergarten to 10th grade programs across 2 states in India. An engineer by training, Umesh has extensive experience launching and scaling up new businesses. Thank you so much for your time today, Umesh. And last but not least, Vivek Ramasubramanian is a partner in Deloitte's financial services team, leading the firm's digital banking and payments practice. Vivek has extensive experience in both Canadian and global payment practices and trends, and his areas of focus include strategic development, product design, roadmap planning and formulation, and delivering high-profile business transformations. Many thanks for joining us, Vivek. All right. Wow, I'm right on time. So now I'm going to turn it over to our esteemed panelists, who will each speak for about 10 minutes about their individual career journeys, what social entrepreneurship means to them, perhaps the impact of COVID-19 on organizational resilience, the Over Conference, whatever it is that you feel is relevant for our audience today, we are so eager to hear. So, Ms. Lei Wang, I would invite you to start.
Thank you, Jody, for the lovely introduction, and Umesh and Vivek, looking forward to hearing your remarks. I'm very humbled and honored to share my experience and also what I've learned through this extraordinary past 2 years. My journey as an entrepreneur didn't start as an entrepreneur. For the first decade, I was working, running a private school, doing international business, and I evolved out of that and started to work in sustainability and worked in a number of different consulting projects, and Nurture Growth was one of them. And I took a very keen interest in the project at that time because I saw that there was a great need to change the agricultural industry. When I came to Canada, 40 plus years ago, my parents were cucumber farmers. So I understand the hardships of farming. I understand the challenges that they face. So was really looking forward to bringing some of that experience as a child and as a teenager growing up on the farm and really adapting it to business. So Nurture Growth is a growing company. We started it in 2015. I helped co-found the company, and what we do is that we upcycle food waste from restaurants and supermarkets, and then we convert it into a biofertilizer. We're a biotech company, and the food waste helps to feed the microorganisms in our fertilizer. So we've been mainly focused in Canada at the early part of our founding years, and we had a really great opportunity back in 2016 to look at India and work with companies in India, and took a keen interest in visiting Punjab and different parts of India, and saw that there was also a great need as well. It helped to open my perspective about how we grow food and what is the relationship that we have with food. I've never really thought about, where does our food come from? How far does it need to travel? What is involved in growing food? And regardless of where I visited, whether it was somewhere in France where they're growing grapes, or in India they're growing wheat, or in Brazil they're growing corn, what was a common theme was that farmers were all using chemical fertilizers. And with the changing, appetite of consumers, they're looking now after the pandemic more about wellness. What is it that they're putting into their bodies, right? They have more time at home. They're reflecting on a lot of different aspects. How do they want to continue their careers? How do they want to continue their their family situation? So it has had a positive impact on Nurture Growth. There were definitely challenges as well. But one of the things that I definitely saw was that there was, at the beginning of the pandemic, I wouldn't say a fear, but there was a concern about the logistics of food and where our food was coming from. Because of COVID, there was limited restriction. And because of that, I think that now companies around the world countries around the world are looking at their food supply chain. And now governments as well as industries are looking at building that resiliency, not only depending on their neighbors or different countries, but also building that resiliency here. And we're seeing a lot more of that. I just came back from San Francisco a month ago, and there is a great wave of change of indoor growing as climate change is affecting how we grow food. It makes us think about, how can we grow more efficiently? Because right now, food that is produced, you're looking at 40% of it that is either lost or wasted even before it gets to the supermarket. And what happens to all that food? So companies such as Nurture Growth and other companies are being very innovative with solving that resiliency of, instead of, I want strawberries from in the middle of the winter, how do you get strawberries in the middle of winter without having to fly it in from Mexico, or having to transport it from Mexico? Because you take a look at the carbon footprint that is attached to transporting it all the way from some part in Mexico or California to a place like in Toronto. So I think the global industry is in agriculture, definitely, and in speaking to producers, in speaking to fertilizer companies, they're really looking at now the supply chain and our relationship with how we can efficiently grow food more sustainably and locally.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lee. So next I will call on Umesh.
Great, thanks, Jody. Um, so let me just start with giving a brief about myself. I'm right now in India. I'm in Bangalore, and I have been in India all my life. Besides maybe a few years working in Europe or the US. Uh, I grew up in Chennai. I went to an engineering college in India, and post then, I'm going back to somewhere in the 90s, where I joined an IT company called Infosys. And those days, IT in India was really, really small. There were 1,000 people in India working in computers, compared to what's happening right now. So I saw the world uh, change in front of my eyes in the decades, 90s decade, where we actually saw the world change. I spent 10 years with Infosys, saw them go public in uh, India and then go public on NASDAQ. Started my own company thereafter, and I sold my company in 2002. In 2003, it was a time of elections, and there was the Indian government running a campaign called India Shining, talking about how well India was doing. And I had the opportunity of walking into a slum. And I use the word walking into a slum because most Indians walk past slums. But I was invited to walk into a slum and visit a slum and visit a government school. And I actually was appalled by what I saw. Well, at one point, over the last 13, 14 years, I was working in an industry where we were building the brand of India globally. The government of India was talking about India shining. And the way children were studying in India was just plain, simple, pathetic. So if you went in there and you saw those schools, kids sitting on the floor, uh, and no infrastructure, teachers not being there, no libraries, it was just terrible. So what I actually uh, said was, how can I actually enable libraries in government schools? And we started on a project to enable libraries in government schools, and that's how I sort of got into my journey of working with education. It was just a response to what I saw happening around me, and the indifference we were having towards education for the poor in slums of India. So this library program did well. Fortunately for us, many other NGOs liked what we were doing, and they copied it, and they took it national, international. I think by 2009-10, this was being adopted and run across a few thousand libraries, a million children. At that point of time, I became an Ashoka Fellow, and I was invited to go into rural India. And if you thought urban India was bad, rural India will have your jaws drop, right? The amount of apathy there was really, really terrible. And I met mothers there, and the mothers actually wanted education to change. They had actually gone down and met the school system. India has got a network of uh, public schools which are there in pretty much every village, and every place in India has got a public school right now. And the mothers there were very, very were seeing that education was not being delivered. And when I went and spoke to them, they said, we are seeing it's not happening, and we're unable to do anything about it. And I said, why don't you go and take it up with the headmaster of the school and say that it's not working? They said, we did go to the headmaster, and the headmaster did not take them seriously because they came from a lower caste and they were not educated. And they said, you're going to tell me what education is and send these women away. And I said, if we are going to actually do something in education in India, it has to happen at the ground level. It has to happen in rural India. And it has to happen where people actually pay a fee, because then they have the power to say, we are a customer and we can question the quality. It cannot be something which is given to us for free. So we set up a social enterprise in 2010 to run preschools and schools in across rural India. Uh, I think over the 9 years before the pandemic, we scaled really well. We had MIT JPAL do a fantastic RCT on us. We had some wonderful results. The performance difference between children going to hippocampus kindergarten in the village was like 3 times more than what you would see in a Head Start program in the US. So I think everything was going perfect, and then the pandemic happened. At the time of the pandemic, uh, what was interesting was uh, most Indians were coming into school. We had a 99% enrollment into school. Kids were in school. A lot of Indians were moving into private schools because they want English education. They were looking for better quality of education. So approximately 35-40% of India was going to private schools at that time before the pandemic. Parents were warming up to the idea of preschool education, and they were sending the children to preschool education. So everything looked like, the effort over the last 30-40 years of different people in the country to get education to become accepted was really, really falling in place. And then the pandemic happened. Schools closed. Actually, schools did not open in India for nearly 18 months. So we closed schools in March 2020 and we opened them in September 2021. Rural India just shied away from schools. Children were offered online education saying, and we have very, very good internet access in India, even at the rural level, very good internet access in India, and as cheap as $2.5 to $3 a month, you can get fantastic 4G service in India. So access was not a problem in rural India. People had devices. People were able to buy devices for 20-30 US dollars and use the internet and do things. But the parents said, we will not participate in online education for multiple reasons. To the extent that before the pandemic, we had more than 10,000 children in our preschools. When the pandemic came, that number reduced from 10,000 to 500. So can you see, just 5% of parents took part. There was not so much of an impact on the middle schools and the higher grades, but even the primary grades, grade 1 to 5 in India, we had maybe 40-50% of children who took part in schools. Rest did not take part in schools. So we have had children who have spent now a couple of years not going to school at all. And what actually is really, really worrying is that all the work done over the last 30-40 years, when we said schooling is important, education is important, send kids to school. And for the last 2 years, kids have been at home. And many of them actually been used for, helping their parents in the farm, in the shop, doing multiple things. Will we actually see a disruption? And actually, there are some data points that 5 to 6% children are not being found in any system at all. There's been a lot of disruption. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting phase for Indian education at this time. Whether things are going to come back, are we going to lose a couple of more years? Do we need to work on development? What's going to happen to the current generation of children? So I think in education, we're in a very, very interesting phase. I think it has taught us a lot. We have done certain amount of innovations in edtech and digital education. We have experimented, people have responded, but I think we will know the truth when schools open in June, which is a month away from now. Schools open in June, and we will know exactly what we have learned, what we have applied, and how much has the world changed in India in a month's time. So that's my introduction piece, Jody.
Thank you so much, Umesh. And last but not least, Vivek, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jody. Pretty privileged to be on this panel. I think, I have a very different background and kind of context coming into all of this. But, Lee and Umesh really enjoyed, your insights around, some of the matters that are very close to, I think just from a personal standpoint, but I'll talk about some of those things. What I thought I would do, Jody, is really provide a bit of a background to folks on, where am I coming from? What's kind of the perspective that, I'll bring to this, and really reflect a bit on some of the, things that both Lee and Umesh spoke about, in terms of what's the professional services perspective and angle there from a Deloitte perspective, not just Canadian, but more globally speaking. So, I've kind of lived all over the world. I grew up in the Middle East. I did my undergraduate in engineering in India, classic IT male, entered into Infosys and, spent a bunch of time doing implementation services around the world. Came over to Canada in 2009 to do my MBA at the Rotman School of Management. So, proud alumni of the school. And really found a way to integrate myself into the Canadian business climate while kind of preserving, the perspective from a South Asian business community. And since then, I joined Deloitte in 2011. I have been focusing on financial services for a long, long time. So ever since I kind of walked into Deloitte, and even prior to that, my role in Infosys also required me to build and implement digital banking solutions. So it was kind of a natural extension going into Deloitte. And at Deloitte, really have been focusing on helping kind of Canadian financial services with new products and services, thinking about broadly digital transformation. I spend a lot of time in the payments domain, helping not just the large financial institutions but the financial ecosystem at large. Be that the regulators, be that the fintechs, be that the new participants in the economy, really think about how you can make payments a very seamless interaction, and an interaction that is tied very close to the customer journey. So, for most of the folks here that are listening, we all use Uber and we think about the car that is going to come and pick up. Hopefully you folks don't think about how you're paying for it. And, if we have achieved that across the board on a variety of different services, I would consider myself a job well done. And as that continues to change, we are seeing the frictions around payments reduce more and more from a cross-border standpoint. So, as we think about how the different economies interact, I was listening to, Dr. Sam Petroda, who was talking about staying local, but being kind of global in outlook. And, that requires some of these things around that I do, like payments and financial services, to really be supporting those kinds of activities and pieces around making trade and things like that and supply chain a bit more seamless. And so that's always been the perspective that I've had in serving my clients locally. And what's been interesting in doing all of that is there's actually a lot of learning that emerges out of South Asia. There is a lot of technologies and innovation that exists in India and in the other South Asian markets that actually don't exist in Canada. And so for me personally, it has been learning and continuing to stay close to what's happening in the South Asian business community and bringing those learnings into this local economy and finding ways to really apply those innovations here. So it's kind of a reverse piece when I think about technology, when I think about payments, when I think about financial services. I regard South Asia as being one of the most advanced economies when it comes to that. And it was because of things like cash and money that, the countries were trying to get out of and trying to create more digital, a more digital economy and go more cashless. So that's kind of the way, we've been serving clients locally. If I kind of reflect on this pandemic and I think about, what has really changed, I think three things. One, and I'll tie these into, other topics that we will talk about in a moment. One is, nobody knew walking into this what it was going to be. How are we going to work through this? How are we going to be productive? How are we going to keep up the economy? And there were a lot of unknowns. Working virtually was common, in a place like Deloitte, but not mainstream. And so we really had to figure out, how do you adapt to working virtually? How do you be effective? How do you be efficient? And I think what that offers us now is an opportunity to look at things more globally from a global talent pool. The things that didn't seem accessible across the world are now even more accessible because everyone has now learned behaviorally and understand how to interact in this manner, globally speaking, right? There is no education, awareness building, change in behavior that is required. The pandemic kind of brought that on. It also creates an opportunity for global talent. And the learnings that we can take from across the world, the people we can find that have done things differently, either here or in India or in other South Asian markets, I think that opportunity is there, is available, and it's easier to access now than ever before. If I think about digital transformation in the local market, there's always been challenges to the higher level of adoption around digital transformation. People in Canada, know how to access services physically. We're used to walking into stores. We're used to walking into banks. And what we've done is we've really converted that into a more digital economy. People now access a ton more services that are available virtually that don't actually need a physical presence. To me, that also means that now services that are available in other parts of the world are more accessible here. And you don't have to really be present locally, bearing supply chain problems that we're seeing right now. The goods and services are actually available across the world, which means innovation is equally available across the world. It means various solutions that are put together in different markets can be applied in other markets, with some adaptation, with some tailoring to local markets, but those are more easily available and more easily accessible. And I think those are kind of the big drivers that the pandemic has brought about. It has had its own challenges, but it has definitely created a lot more opportunity that we should all be looking forward to. From an economic perspective, the current uncertainty aside, we are seeing a significant growth from an economic perspective, right? Sans the last little bit of how the markets have been shaping, there is a lot more opportunities in the market across the world. There's a lot more new innovation that's happening. There's a lot more technology activity that is taking place. And things like cloud technologies, things like telecom technologies that are now becoming more and more available, and we've kind of hastened the pace of that development because we needed it to sustain through the pandemic. And so those are now available in greater in greater volume and in different ways that can actually help us put together very turnkey solutions for different problems that we see across the world. So to me, it was always about how do you take the pandemic and convert it into a significant opportunity and build more resilience. If I think about resilience, the biggest point about resiliency coming out of the pandemic, personal and professional, personal is, how do you adapt to change? How do you stay resilient? And resiliency is about being able to do what you used to do, being able to adapt mentally and physically, and being able to kind of keep up with the change that is there in the marketplace due to the pandemic. Professionally, not just professional firms, but kind of businesses across the world of different shapes and sizes had to almost find a way to sustain through the pandemic. And I know there is the report card may not look perfect, but I think it has taught a lot of business owners, entrepreneurs, corporates about how do you stay resilient throughout this pandemic? How do you build workforces to sustain? How do you diversify your businesses so that you can take on different opportunities that may be served up by the pandemic? I distinctly remember there was some entity that was producing small goods for weddings, and we knew basically the physical wedding market was basically shut down. It was very interesting to see how quickly they turned around and started manufacturing masks, right? And I'm talking about in the 2020 timeframe. Now that's resiliency. There was a local distiller here that makes, gin. They basically started manufacturing sanitizers, and they were giving away sanitizers. And you can see like these are small marks of innovation, very tied to the social enterprise, because some of these were actually being given away to help the broader community. And I think that is a learning that you can only find as a function of the pandemic. You cannot find it otherwise, because typically, businesses will be focused on doing the things that they do really well. But these kinds of things have created a shock to the system and now created more innovation. So, I'm really excited for what happens as we emerge out of the pandemic. And I don't for one moment expect it to be soon, but I think it has created a greater sense of innovation, a greater sense of change, and a greater sense of adaptability than we have ever seen before. The kind of 2-3 things that both Umesh and Lee talked about, as a professional services firm, we play a very important role from a climate change perspective. And one of the big things that we're looking at is how do you address this challenge of food shortage? How do you address this challenge of food supply chain? And so, Lee, you really spoke to me when you talked about some of those things. And it is not just a local market problem; it's a global market problem, right? And when you think about South Asian markets, there is such a big difference in the diaspora of the community, availability, accessibility, and things like that play such a material role. From a professional services firm, we are looking at ways to see how we can help that supply chain. How can we put in turnkey solutions that help people manage, from where did that potato come from, and how do you get it into the hands of the consumer with the least amount of wastage possible, especially when you're transporting it across the country, across markets, across regions. And that's a definitive area where we are looking at, how do you help different enterprises really get that out there. The other area related to climate change is all about how do you get to sustainable energy production. We all know what's not good about it, but in order to really hasten the cleaner energy, we have to find different incentives. We have to help different businesses really grow into those domains much faster. Like we know what's there, and we know it takes time. So we have been thinking about what is the way that you really accelerate that entire cycle. How do you help get clean energy into the hands of the consumer, or get it closer to the consumer much faster? And then the last element I'll talk about, related to what Umesh was mentioning, is this whole aspect of education. um, Again, back to, because of the virtual way of doing things, and because we've all learned and adapted to this, you can now deliver training and education across the world, right? There is no reason why Vivek has to do this locally. Vivek can do this globally. And I've experienced having education being delivered from India specifically, into homes over here in Canada. We never thought that was possible or available pre-pandemic, but that is now available, which means we also have now a larger educator pool around the world that can deliver services into India and into markets that really require this education boost. Umesh talked about, availability of technology. It's there, right? It's there. It's on phones. It's there. There's a large amount of availability that we didn't have before, which now we can then use to deliver, education from more across the world and actually help cross these barriers. The whole aspect of children not going to school, both here and in other parts of the world, I think we will only know the impact of that in 10-15 years. We're not going to know what that looks like, which means we need to augment the education and help them learn different skills and capabilities as we think about where they go into the future. But I look forward to that, because what was available in one market is now available in all markets, and we have to keep finding ways to deliver that very differently, so that we can really improve communities as a whole, and also support social enterprises that are trying to achieve this. And that's where we come from, with thinking about turnkey solutions, thinking about way to deliver better ways of doing things, deliver advice in a way that is actually helpful, and accelerate and expedite these opportunities. So I'll pause there, Jody, and hopefully we can take more questions.
Great, thank you, Vivek. And I just wanted to piggyback off what you were saying about organizations having adapted, right, and that adaptability. And I just like to give a shout out to our students, because from what I'm seeing, their adaptability to the pandemic, these 2 years of this massive shift, and then now back in class, I see them more engaged than ever, really just like ready to seize these opportunities to be back in person and leverage that with, as you're saying, all these new ways of learning that we've learned in the pandemic. So I think that's going to serve them well in their future careers in business and beyond. Well, now I get to ask the panelists a few questions. I get my own about 5 to 7 minutes, so I'm very happy about that. And then we will take questions from the rest of you for the last little bit of this session. So please, for those of you watching, use the chat box. It will be monitored, and then you will be called upon. So you have these 3 outstanding panelists with us today, as they shared their incredible experiences and backgrounds. So and please, do take advantage of that. Okay, so my first question is for Lay and Umesh. And Vivek, I haven't forgotten about you. You're going to get your own question. But as you said, it's a little bit of a different, you guys have a little bit of a different background here, but that's perfect. So my question is simple, and yet I think the answer could be complex, or maybe it's simple because maybe you've thought so much about this. But I think a lot of our students wonder, in a social enterprise, how do you measure social impact? And how do you understand and fully appreciate whether your organization is achieving its mission, is fulfilling that mission, that deep, as you both, Umesh and Lay, explained, like you have this deep passion about what you do. It stems from your backgrounds, your experiences, your childhood. So Lay, I'll start with you. I imagine that, product sales right? Could be a very nice, both financial and social measure. But I can tell from your website and also from what you said, you have this more ambitious climate mitigation aspiration as the organization. So how do you measure progress on that topic?
So, although helping farmers is very important in the core of our business, the angle that as part of our corporate social responsibility, we have introduced sustainability programs. And we recently partnered with the United Nations Global Compact program, where we're working to meet and target some of their sustainable development goals. And we will be measured based on that. So a lot of times there's this misconception that social enterprises are non-for-profit businesses. And, through my entrepreneurial experience, I've learned that actually for-profit businesses can also be social enterprises as well. So we're taking food waste, which is a significant problem, is contributing to significant greenhouse gases, because if it is diverted to landfills, it's causing methane gas, and methane is one of the most toxic form of greenhouse gases. And if you take a look at food waste greenhouse emissions as a whole, you're looking at it being the third largest contributor. So after China, after the U.S., food waste is the third largest contributor. So what are some of the ways that we can contribute to reduce that food waste? So we're using our circular economy approach and taking a look at how we can upcycle that food waste and using it and applying bioscience to help farmers to grow more sustainably without using chemical fertilizers. And then we're measured on a number of different platforms. So it's the amount of food waste. So we know that we need an X amount of food waste per ton in order to produce an X output. So that's one form of measurement for us. The second form of measurement for us, which is in Canada, we're still trying to understand the process of sequestering carbon in the soil. So as we are working with different government agencies, really understanding and working with farmers, how can they get carbon credits, as they are farming. In the United States, are a little bit more sophisticated than us, and they've already figured that out. And then, thirdly, as part of our CSR, is the impact that we have working not only with farmers, but working with local community gardens and organizations. We do a lot of outreach where we donate fertilizers to marginalized communities that are that are growing food, or food banks, or certain marginalized communities. So when we look at impact as a whole, we really try to do our best, not only from a climate change perspective, but also impact the people that are in our community, our local communities here.
Great, Lay. And just a quick follow-up, because look, you're a for-profit organization, right? So financially you need to stay viable, but who holds you accountable for your social impact? Is that you? Is that a separate governance system? I've always wondered about that for a for-profit sort of like this.
So at Nurture Growth, it becomes very deep within me. I have a philanthropic background where I do a lot of community service. I believe in the climate change, challenges that we have. So I saw that there was an opportunity 7 years ago on how we can contribute to this climate change. So it wasn't like one day I woke up and said, hey, I'm going to fight climate change. This was before everybody was talking about climate change, and farmers were like, well, I don't really care about climate change. I want to know how you're going to help me improve my yield. But now farmers are understanding more about how climate change is affecting the way that they're growing. So this is not a noble cause, but hopefully to put some humor in on a Saturday morning. So for example, in France, in Burgundy, they lost 40% of their harvest because of frost, right? Not a noble cause, but that's just an example of how climate change is affecting certain growing regions. You're seeing extreme amount of drought, which is now why different companies are uh, introducing different types of more resilient type of seeds and different types of crops in different areas.
Okay, thank you, Lay. And Umesh, same question. I mean, enrollments, and I'm sure you have other metrics that you're no doubt tracking. You mentioned some of them in your opening remarks, but kind of that greater aspiration of you talked about real learning, fostering intellectual curiosity beyond mere rote learning and memorization. How do you kind of see whether you're going to get there?
Education is a really tough one for that. Children spend 12 years with me. So it takes me 12 years to at least see something happening, right? From the time they come in at lower kindergarten to grade 10. So it's a huge cycle. I just can't limit it to a year or two, right? We also were brave enough to put a vision statement which said we want to transform lives, not just give not just give high quality education. We want to transform lives. So actually, when I look at impact, I need to track these children beyond school to what careers they choose, what professions, how do they behave as citizens, all of those things. So it's actually a really, really long cycle. And I still, at this point of time, we possibly have some of our early children finishing grade 10 in a year or two, right? So we're just at the early part of the journey to look at that problem of, are we as an organization creating the impact we want to? But having said that, which is the bigger problem, and I know that the direction we are going on is right, but at the same time, I don't have answers on that. But on the impact part of it, see, we focus on three aspects of what we want to do in our school. We focus on knowledge, behavior, and competency. Unfortunately, the only thing which is measured today in the country is knowledge. Right? Nobody else measures behaviors and competencies, right? And parents also look for knowledge as a benchmark of what's happening. So what we actually have been doing on a constant basis is we have been sometimes going towards the benchmarks which the country acknowledges in terms of knowledge and using that. So we just had 100 children write the Olympiad exam. So you have kids write the Olympiad exam and say, where do they stand? Luckily for us, 30 of them came in the top 500 in the zone. So we are like, hey, we're doing okay. So you have some of those things which are knowledge indicators. Obviously, we need to work on, and as a part of what we do, and similarly, the JPAL thing I spoke about, right? We did the kindergarten program. We tracked kindergarten children over a 3-year period to see, what they learned after upper 2 years of kindergarten. Then after grade 1, what happened? And you're looking at comparing our children to other children and across different parameters. So they all start giving you insights into what's happening at a generic level, right? Is the program making impact? Is the program good? Is learning happening in the direction you want it to happen? So today for us as an organization, I think it's very, very layered, right? On the longer piece, we think we have 10 years to stand up and say, 10 years more to stand up and say we made a change in somebody's life. But at this point of time, we take them in chunks saying, okay, grade 5 children, are they completing some of the exams? How do they do in these examinations? And that's an accepted norm. And also we run this behavior and competency things internally. We have children take part. So we have some behaviors we want to build, like team building, critical thinking. So we actually give children projects on that. And in our report cards, we actually measure children on behavior and competencies. We put on the behaviors kids need to have, the competencies they need to build, and we measure that. I don't think modern day schools in India do that. But in a rural school, in a village, we actually are measuring behaviors and competencies, and we rate that. So we then use that to constantly have a dialogue with parents, because now we realize that if you have a dialogue with parents on behavior, is your child caring, right? Is your child collaborative? You are actually able to change the dialogue in the entire community, because parents start talking about saying, math and science is okay, but they talk to me about, is my child caring? Does my child share in school? So I think all of those are parts of the process which we track, Jody, to see whether we are doing impact. But we will come to know whether all of this we are doing made a difference 20 years from now, right? So that's the irony of what we do. So yeah,
Thank you.
I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah.
Yeah, of course, it's a long-term objective, and it makes sense that the impact would take longer to measure. Thank you. So last one for Vivek before I have to turn this over to the chat, I guess, because other people have questions as well. But I would love to have more time with you. Vivek, I want to paint a picture of a cynical student who, after the Great Recession of 2008, and I had a handful of them, said, I want nothing to do with traditional financial services. They were responsible for taking a lot of money from a lot of people who didn't quite understand how to use it and drove us into a really bad economic state. Today, you've mentioned, though, food, clean energy, education, and the powerful role that the financial services can play in all this transformation. Can you say more so that some of our more cynical students can see the true kind of brighter side of this line of work?
Yeah, it's sometimes a very hard trade-off, right? So yeah, 2008, the financial crisis was driven by bad financial decisions made across the world, right? Like there is no singular entity that you can point to. It was across the board. Um, I think some of the institutions have definitely become more responsible over a period of time. And that's not just because of their own goodwill, but there is regulatory impetus. There is broader economic expectations. There is more things that I would say the governments are doing to try and, make sure that we don't go down that path again. Now, in order to spur the innovation of things like the around climate change, we want to meet some targets. How do we help different enterprises with that need funding to really kickstart what they're going after? There is money flow, right? Fortunately or unfortunately, there is money flow, and you're going to need financial services in some shape or form to really manage that money flow, be that getting funded, be that getting loans, be that managing cash flow, all those kinds of things. And so there is a role for financial services to play in that whole ecosystem. Like, it is needed. And as enterprises start to broaden their impact, the expectations and the need only becomes more and more. So it's kind of it's a bit of a dichotomy. Like, you need them and you don't want them, right? You kind of have to, like, be balanced around that. The thing I would say is, for students specifically, coming out of 2008, cynical things like that. Yes, absolutely. Maybe the career in financial services is not the expectation, but an understanding of how financial services can enable the impact they want to make is an important thing not to forget. And there are, you can be very choiceful and selective in how you choose to consume those financial services today. And I see a lot of organizations as well as individuals make specific choices. I will bank with said entity, I will not bank with said entity. I will use said entity for remittances, I will not use this entity for remittances, right? And I think we are watching for bad behavior collectively, and we are trying to do the right thing by not participating in entities that we don't feel comfortable in. And I think those are the steps that can be taken, and but not without the realization that there is a role for financial services to play in this domain. And I see a lot of good development. I'll talk about local Canadian economy and Canadian financial services. They are doing a fair bit to help new enterprises. They're doing a fair bit to find different ways to provide funding and loans to help kind of build out the businesses. Like, I think there is a very good realization here, especially, that the growth is going to come from new entrepreneurs, small businesses, and that's really the way that the economy kind of spurs forward, right? It's not just the big enterprises, it's actually the small enterprises. And so there is a lot of interest, in supporting that. And, different financial services entities have different goals and objectives. And I think you will see that, as a collective, they are working towards helping, some of these areas, especially when I think about climate change, when I think about sustainability, when I think about, how they are tapping into the global workforce, how are they contributing to, building better communities, indigenous minorities and things like that. There is a better focus now, and there is more expectations that the markets are placing on them. There are more expectations that the communities they serve are placing on them. And fortunately, I've always felt that the Canadian way has been a bit different than the global way. And so there is more things that are contemplated and considered here. So hopefully that helped. And I welcome the cynics to debate it with me more.
Yes, and of course I was being rather facetious in suggesting that it was all cost. It was just a blanket, as a first student, sometimes you look and it's all about the media, the news, and how things are portrayed. Obviously, climate finance, the financing of these startup venture capitals relating to clean tech, this is going to be so critical to mitigate climate change. So I see the powerful role. I just want to make sure our students also understand this is not something to shy away from. It's something to move towards with the best of intentions. Well, I didn't do my role very well because we are at the end, but we do have a couple of questions. Are our panelists able to spare 2 or 3 more minutes for a couple of questions? Okay, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Sean, would you like to call on the questions?
Sure. Sorry. I think we had a number of questions. We'll start with one for Ms. Lee. We had a question from Mr. Dushyant Vyas. He says that critics have argued that the recent food crisis in Sri Lanka is a result of an abrupt shift to organic farming. As a fine line between long-term resiliency. He asks if there's a fine line between long-term resiliency and short-term disruptions.
Yes, I could definitely speak to that because I was in the heart of it. We were invited by the Sri Lankan government as well as the High Commission in Sri Lanka to be a part of RFPs, and we knew about the transition. And one of the reasons why that project wasn't successful was because they didn't consult with industry. They abruptly introduced this transition to organic without consulting industry and without a plan. So my recommendation is that they should, before implementing such an ambitious plan, which is good for the environment, but I think that people need to understand what are the things that are going to be affected. If my livelihood is farming and I depend on that, and you're asking me to change to something new that's going to affect how I grow food and how I'm going to feed my family, there needs to be put a lot more thought into that. I really admire certain parts of India, like Sikkim. They were able to introduce organic farming to the entire state, but they did that over a transition of time. And I'm starting to see different states, especially in the last few years, that are transitioning. They have a plan. They're educating farmers. Governments are involved. So yes, there will be resistant to change, but people will be accepting of change if they understand what are the benefits. And the benefits are the long-term benefits for climate change and also for the soil health, and eventually for their own personal health, as they're not consuming these chemicals that are potentially toxic for their bodies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we are quite close to time, but if we do have one more time for another quick question, it's a general question that people have asked. The question is, what are the opportunities that you as panelists, opportunities and challenges that the panelists see in scaling the impact of their work in 2022 and beyond?
So maybe we can start with Umesh and then work to Vivek.
Sure.
And
then... what the pandemic did was it made a blended learning a lot more acceptable. Vivek referred to that. And here I'm talking about blended learning in rural India, down in the villages. And we actually are making a shift in our school program, where within the school periods, right, we are keeping us at, because we're not too sure whether all children will have access to a computer at home. So 10% of classroom periods are right now being kept for children to use computers and learn. So we're actually mandating that all kids from kindergarten to grade 5 have to use Khan Academy at school. So they have to just get used to learning, from a computer. And that's something which, if you had done 2 years back, people would have come back and said, I'm paying you money for a teacher. Now we think the pandemic has led to that opportunity and saying we have to be prepared for the future. Kids have to learn to self learn, they have to learn from the internet. So, so I, and many people have been saying this for 20 years plus, saying that the only way you will crack the problem of low quality teachers in rural areas across the world is by offering blended learning, right? Some amount of digital learning, some amount of internet based learning, live classes, all of those things. So I think I actually am excited about that change happening in rural India. And I think 10 years from now, because schools haven't changed the last 50 years, but the pandemic might lead to schools looking a bit different 10 years from now. So that's the hope I am living in.
Thank you. Vivek, how about you?
Jody, you're going to have to just repeat the question for
So
me
sorry
quickly.
about that. Sure, yes, it was about the sorry, would you like us to go to Lay first? It was basically,
Yeah.
what are the opportunities that you can see in trying to scale up the work that you're doing in 2022 and beyond? So I guess post-pandemic.
Yeah, I think it's similar to what I think what Umesh just mentioned, right? We have a better access to global talent pools, right? It's not that local anymore. We can really expand into broader global pools. And so I think that's really exciting because you can bring new skills and talent into the market that don't need to be physically there with you. It does take a bit of like working through certain things, but you now have that opportunity. I think technology-wise and digital technology-wise, more these are more industrialized now, right? We can take them into real turnkey solutions that we can apply more easily than ever before. We used to be able to do that, but this now gives us more. I want to say like more well-built solutions, especially cloud, and especially there are so many products and services applied in financial services that are easily translatable to different markets, and so that helps us really accelerate into the next world. And then the last point I'll make is the pandemic has taught us to be resilient, and I think what as businesses and corporations and professional services we should continue to be looking for ways to stay resilient, because the world is just going to keep changing, and we now know how to plan for these scenarios, how to build for these scenarios, how do you remain flexible while adapting to change. The next change and the next shock is around the corner. It's going to come, and we're all going to see a few of these in our lifetime, but now we know how we have the tools and we have the mechanisms to adapt and build towards that. So I'll leave you with those three thoughts.
Thank you, Vivek. Last but not least, Lay.
Yes. Well, one of the things that coming out of the pandemic that has taught me is that I can actually reduce, my resources in terms of business development overseas. Companies are now a lot more open to meeting online. Especially in southeastern countries, the relationship, that face-to-face meeting, that handshake is so important. And this is where I see companies in Southeast Asia really have adapted that. Hey, if I can't come to visit you, can we do Zoom meetings? So I found that to be very effective. Another thing that I saw that was very effective was that I used to go on trade missions in different parts of the world, which I love to travel. But during the pandemic, they had a Latin American trade mission, and I was able to visit 5 countries in 1 week, all virtually. So it really helped to reduce my time in terms of doing that business development and trying to figure out, who are some of that key partners. So that is a key learning experience. I think that is across all industries for students, at Rotman, for nurture growth, is that this will continue. There's going to be a hybrid model. There's still going to be in person, but now that Zoom or that virtual is more acceptable.
Not only saved your time, right? Not going 5 countries in a week, but it saved your carbon footprint, right?
Yes, exactly.
All right. I think we are time. Sean, I just want to thank you all so much on behalf of the Rotman South Asia Conference. This has been so helpful for all of us. And Sean, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Just wanted to again thank all the panelists for their time today. I know for some of you, especially Umesh, it's very close to late at night. So really appreciate you taking the time out to chat with us today. Very good conversations as well. I do apologize for jumping in and breaking up the conversation. I know we all want to have learn more about your experiences, but we are very close to starting on the next panel. So with that, I'd love to once again thank all the panelists from the social enterprise and business panel. Please feel free to log off if you'd like to listen into the rest of the conference. There is a YouTube link. And with that, yes, we'd like to conclude this panel. Thank you very much, Jody, for being such an amazing moderator as well. Take care. Have a lovely rest of the day and evening. We will now have a very quick 1-minute break, and then we will begin the next panel, which is for financial services. We'll be back very soon.
Hi, Dushyant, you can hear me? How are you?
Yeah, I can. Good to see all of you. Can we just do a quick mic check, maybe?
This is TS.
Hi, TS.
Janta.
Hi, Janta. Hi, Shan. Are we starting right away, or are we taking a bit of a break?
I think we can start right away since the previous panel did go a little bit over. If all the panelists and you are okay with us starting off, I can just very quickly start us off with this. Welcome everyone to all of our viewers on YouTube. This is the second panel for the day for the Rotman and India Innovation Institute South Asian Conference. We have an incredible panel of guests for financial services topic. Our moderator for today is Professor Dushyant Vyas. He's an associate professor in the accounting stream at the University of Toronto. And I will now hand it over to him, and he will lead the panel discussion henceforth. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ishan, and good morning, everyone. My name is Dushyant Vyas. I'm an associate professor in accounting here at U of T. I think the last panel stole a little bit of our thunder when they talked about the role of financial services and in building resiliency in the economy. But also, I think it provided us with a nice segue into our panel discussion here, because really a discussion about building resiliency in the economy that cannot be complete without considering the role of the financial sector. Okay, so to help us understand some of the issues related to this very important sector, the Sabha team and Partha, they put together a really extraordinary lineup of speakers with us here today. And I have the privilege of introducing first Mr. Sandeep Goyal, who's the CEO of ICICI Bank in Canada. Now, Sandeep is one of the stalwarts of the South Asian business community in Canada. In fact, going by his level of engagement with the business community here in Canada, I would say he's not only a business leader, but also, I would say he's a South Asian community leader, in fact. And Sandeep has had a very extensive experience in risk management before taking on this role as a CEO. So his perspective will be especially salient given the theme of this conference. Next, we have Ajanta Ganeshalingam, who's the head of GAM Innovation Lab at RBC Global Asset Management, where he's in charge of product innovation. Ajanta has been with RBC for I think more than a decade now, with stints in between as the CEO of Wiser Investments that was subsequently acquired by RBC, and with Mercury Mercantile Technologies as the head of business development and, and operations. And I would be really remiss, and I think Partha mentioned this as well in one of the chat windows, that Ajanta is actually one of our own. He's a Rotman MBA. So Ajanta, it's great to have you back with us here today. Thank you. And last but not the least, okay, we have T.S. Anil, who's the global CEO of Monzo Bank. Now, Monzo is not your run-of-the-mill ordinary bank. It does not have any physical branches per se, but rather it's completely online. It's based on a digital app rather than being based on physical locations. Okay, but that doesn't hold Monzo back. In fact, Monzo was recently crowned the best British bank by the British Banking Awards, and so big congratulations for that, TS.
Thank you very much.
Has had a stellar career in the banking sector, working with global giants from Stanchart to Citi to Capital One. He was also the global head of payment products and platforms at Visa before joining Monzo. And TS has been making waves in the business press lately with some pretty interesting and radical ideas about work and employee retention in the financial services sector in the post-pandemic era. Okay, so it's a great pleasure to have you with us here today, TS. Now, like with the previous panel, we will begin with prepared remarks by each of the panelists, 10 minutes each, followed by Q&A. So let's go with Sandeep Goyal first. Sandeep, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Dushyant. So just a brief background about myself, though Dushyant has elaborated my role in the community here. I'm an engineer by profession. I graduated in 91 from Delhi College and Delhi Institute of Technology. Then I went to IIM Bangalore, 96. And 3 years I spent with Moody's when they were setting up their rating operations in India. 2001, I joined ICICI Bank. So I spent some time in Mumbai with their risk management group. Then I moved to Delhi in their corporate banking team. Then in 2005, I moved to ICICI UK for 2 years. 2007, I came here in Toronto. So I was the chief risk officer for the bank for North America till 2019. I took up this role as CEO for the Canadian operations. In terms of our bank, we play in a very niche market. As you all are aware, a lot of investment and a lot of immigration flow is happening from India to Canada. And a lot of investment flow is happening from Canada into India. So since we are present on both ends of the spectrum here in Canada as well as in India, we are able to serve very unique requirements of this investment flow as well as the immigration flow. And we have been quite successful in terms of attracting very, very pricey kind of customer base, both on the corporate and commercial side as well as on the retail side. And we are, I won't say that we are like Monzo Bank, but we are pretty digital in our offerings. We are very, very tech savvy. We have almost 250 plus APIs across the group. So we are able to integrate a lot of new services, a lot of fintechs into our service offerings. And given we don't have such a large branch presence as other banks have, so we have to use and leverage the technology capabilities. In terms of challenges which we faced as a bank when the onset of pandemic, all financial services got some kind of disruption activity from some kind of disruption in travel, or people were not able to access offices. And we had a unique issue in terms of since most of our backend operations are in India, we had this unique challenge in terms of maintaining continuity of operations. Though India surprisingly had very, very pandemic ready kind of operations both on IT side as well as on connectivity side. So we didn't feel any disruption when we entered the pandemic, and the transition to online working, online operations was as smooth as we never expected that to be. But as I think speakers mentioned, I think we are more ready as we go forward to take on any of these kind of challenges as we come across them. So that's the brief about me, Dushyant, and the bank. and we can, as we go along, we'll discuss.
Okay, Ajanta, do you want to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. I can go next. So engineering by training, I started off in the automotive industry in vehicle design. Spent some time in GM and Toyota. Then sort of did my MBA at Rotman, as Partha, I guess, mentioned earlier, and then hopped into the world of finance. There, I went through a rotational program. I was never really, I guess, I was never really thinking to get into finance. To be honest, I enjoyed the automotive industry, but at the end of the day, it was this rotational program that seemed interesting, and I got a chance to travel through capital markets, the retail bank, wealth management, and also globally. I ended up in Singapore. And it's sort of my first real assignment working abroad at the time. And it was supposed to be about 6 months, ended up being there for about 2 years. And the nice thing about that opportunity there is it was almost working for a small startup. You went around there, said you work for RBC, everybody thought you said RBS, right? And that's kind of the general thing. Nobody knew who RBC was. But we had deep pockets, and we were trying to build out a private banking, private wealth management business out there. So it was a really interesting opportunity, but what that got me excited about is this entrepreneurial space. I thought I saw this opportunity that's out there in the entrepreneurial space, and I met a few people out there at the time that were building this whole mobile money. I think Western Union Online is quite common now, but at the time you couldn't send money so easily overseas, and if you tried to send it through a wirehouse or anything like that, they just charge you insane amount of fees. So joined with a few, came back to Toronto, started a job in RBC. And one of the things they always say in these big banks is you need to have client-facing experience. So I did a private banking role, and I realized that's not necessarily for me. And then I hopped into this entrepreneurial space. I left RBC, started this company called Quicksend with some friends of mine that I'd met over in Singapore. And then started building pipelines. That was exciting. We didn't really have any contacts in India or Philippines, but those were the biggest channels that were out there. And so we sort of got an opportunity to set up some good partnerships and things like that out there. Got that going. But that, couldn't get the momentum there. I was thinking, do I hop back and sort of get a regular job? But I still felt some passion to doing something else. And at the time, this robo-advisor space was booming. So started this company called Wiser Investments, and really focused on the B2C space of robo-advisor. With our own spin, I won't get into the details of that, but realize how difficult it is to acquire customers. It is a challenging thing to acquire customers. And so we pivoted our model to focus more on the B2B space, and that's kind of where we started a relationship with RBC. I think the advantage we had is we were able to build technology, and we had the capability to spin up things, and we started off with simple stuff we were very complex algorithms, and we realized the opportunities in the basic stuff like account opening, things like that, right? How do you streamline processes, because there's a lot of inefficiencies in how that work today. So started down that path, and relationship with RBC was quite well, and they looked at the capabilities. We're still a small company at that time. We're probably about 6 people when they started to talk about, hey, why don't we acquire you guys? And then we structured a deal saying, okay, that could be interesting, but we want to make sure we still stay on some level of innovation, right? We didn't want to go into just a regular operational role. And so they spun up this lab inside Global Asset Management. So we were acquired by RBC Global Asset Management. And since then, been running a innovation lab that's slowly transitioned to more running it as a digital organization digital team within GAM itself. And in terms of that, a bit about the organization. I think everybody knows RBC, so I wouldn't get into a little bit of those details. But my team in specific is running product and strategy and technology together, which is a unique benefit compared to a lot of other big banks, because you have silos. You have product that sits in the business, and then you typically have technology that sits, in a different arm. The nice piece is all of this rolls up into me, just because I came from a technology background with the team that I had, and obviously we were on the product side as well too. So over time, we sort of pulled those 3 together, which is a really good sort of a really good sort of momentum that we're able to get, right? When you're able to control all different things. If not, what you find typically is people are blaming each other, right, in these large organizations as to why things aren't happening. But in terms of challenges that we faced pre-COVID is, I think, as a big bank, we get distracted quite easily. Just because if you hear of X, Y, and Z things happening, and you get distracted, and you want the next new shiny toy that comes up and things like that, right? So I think that's our biggest challenge in staying focused and towards a common goal that you're headed down. And yeah, you can obviously branch off and take different paths, but at the end of the day, having some vision of where you're headed, and if you have off ramps, you have off ramps. But I think we get distracted quite a bit, and that's something I think we continue to get better at. I think one of the advantages we have with us, we have a sticky customer base. Like, loyalty is high here in Canada compared to Asia. Like, when I was out there in Singapore, most people had like 6 bank accounts. Like, you don't see that over here. So it's a very different dynamics from a competition perspective. I think the changes in the business landscape is obvious. The obvious ones is, we've seen a huge increase in adoption through digital channels, right? And it's not because that's a change in consumer behavior. That's actually a change of the institutions being able to offer more of these capabilities. That's where consumers wanted to interact with us. But I think we've now started to sort of see the impacts of that, right? In terms of just the economic environment, I think our biggest challenge is retention. Like, we're in a hyper competitive market right now for technology and digital talent in Toronto. And so I think that's going to be the sort of, the big challenge that we face as we move through this and we navigate through these areas, right? Like, one of the things that we find is one, people want to work on interesting things. They want to work on, what's the next and best type of technology capability. You're trying to build their skill set with respect to it. But I think more than anything else, they want to see that they're having an impact in society. And I think that's one of the benefits we have. We have a huge customer base. We have a lot of problems to solve. So I think that's where there's, definitely an opportunity as well for us. But yeah, that's a bit about the background and sort of my story, at least.
Okay, thanks, Ajanta. Thank you. That was fascinating. Let's move on to TS now.
Sure. First of all, thanks very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, even though it's the remote version, and I have no idea who all I'm speaking to other than my co-panelists, but it's great to get a chance to chat with you all. If I was to sort of tell my story, rewinding all the way back, so I grew up all over India. My dad was in the Indian Army, but I finished schooling and college in Delhi, and then went to business school, a class behind Professor Partha, who's here, of course. And I was part of a generation of kids in India who went straight from high school to undergrad to business school, and I was done with studying, and I was still 21. And since then, my journey has been one of really successive learning curves. Is probably the best way to describe it. I started with Citibank in India, and this is in the 90s, which I'm sure to most people over here feels like a century ago, and it feels like that to me as well. But it was a time of really building out consumer financial services in India. And the whole sector was sort of transforming, and it was amazing to be a part of that. And the muscle and the learning curve at the time, for me at least, was the muscle of execution. Because there were lots and lots of bright people around you, and ideas were really cheap. And the thing that mattered more than anything else was getting shit done, right? How do you actually solve for infrastructure challenges that wouldn't let you start a credit card business or do mortgage loans without a way to actually value property, or do lending without a credit bureau? So the entire sort of learning curve there was, look, bright ideas are easy, but let's really figure out how to actually make something happen and scale it. I switched from my Citi India years to Capital One in the US, and where it was a completely different set of muscles. And the muscles at Capital One were about truth-seeking analytics, right? Really this maniacal focus on the numbers and the data and mining that, building stat models on the back of that, and the shocking amount of value that would get unlocked by being ridiculously smart at how we use data. So those are my Capital One years, and completely different from Citi in India, in that, we didn't have to worry about infrastructure to do anything. The US was a very developed country. This is the early 2000s. and it was possible to execute big ideas at scale. But the problem was, how do you find the idea, how to find the kernel of value? But after spending a few years at Capital One in the US, the itch to be international again was really, really deep for me. And I was inspired by the idea of being a part of the Asia growth story. So this is 2005, when most people in the West were just discovering this idea of Asia as booming, and the Chinese growth story and the Indian growth story and so on. And it really felt to me like I was at the wrong end of the planet, given I was from Asia. The desire to go back there and be a part of it was very strong, and have dirt under my fingernails, helping build businesses there. So went back to Asia in 2005 in Singapore, and I worked regionally across Asia Pacific at Citibank. And now 15 years later, people understand Asia in a very different way. At the time, it felt like this one blob of a business, right? Asia Pacific, like it was this homogeneous mass of people and geography. Whereas in reality, it straddled everything from highly westernized economies like Australia to super developed economies like Korea or Hong Kong or even Singapore at the time. And then all the way from there to the Wild West, which was China in those years. Trying to do business in China was just a wild ride. And there were, of course, India and all things India, but there were also countries that hadn't even started the process of really emerging. So countries like Vietnam and so on were about to take off, but it was the sort of period just before that. So I learned a ton across that set of countries in terms of different problems to solve, and was rewarded by this huge sense of feeling a part of that entire region. Then I moved to Japan with Citibank again, and I was CEO of Citibank's subsidiary in Japan, which was just this wild ride of learning what it meant to lead a company and the loneliness of it, but also to do it in the context of a culture that is not your own, a culture where the cultural gap is way more than the language gap. The language gap is significant, but how do you sort of actually become effective in that context? How do you learn about how to make decisions on people? How do you lead? How do you figure out what's even happening around you? So very, very different set of things. The Standard Chartered years after that were about a global role, which had, again, the same idea from earlier about very different kinds of countries with very different problems, and trying to scale a multinational bank in that context was a hard problem to solve, especially because local banks had become very, very successful. So, even in small countries in Africa, the power of being a sort of global bank or a multinational bank had waned over the years, and each country had a successful local bank, which commanded both brand and talent and everything else. So a different set of problems. But ultimately, the thing that was in my mind was that I really wanted to get closer to the world of technology. So my sort of big first move into the world of tech was joining Visa, which is obviously the largest payment technology company in the world, and moving to California with them, and really going deep in learning technology in ways that it had always been a peripheral part of what I did, but now it was the thing that I needed to sort of understand and learn, and it was a fun learning curve through those years. And eventually that brings me to Monzo. And why Monzo was because I just couldn't think about the possibility of not doing a tech startup company as part of my career. Startup companies, tech companies are the zeitgeist of our times, right? They're a particular kind of way of thinking, operating, building businesses, scaling businesses, and transforming the world, which is really unusual if you look across history. The speed with which this is happening, the small teams with which this is happening, and the whole idea that software is eating the world. So that was the draw, but that would not have been enough. For me, it was a combination of all of that desire and this FOMO about missing out on the tech and startup world in a deep sense, but then wanting to do it in the context of really reinventing banking. I'd spent, as you've heard by now, a long career in banking, and I really wanted to be a part of transforming the industry. And I also knew deeply from personal experience that it was near impossible to transform the industry from within, for a whole bunch of reasons that are well understood now as the innovator's dilemma, or all of the challenges that incumbents face with a combination of legacy mindset, legacy business model, legacy talent, legacy technology stacks. It's really hard for incumbents to change. And Monzo felt like this is the place where, I might have a shot at actually being a part of a team that takes a big swing for the fences on it. So what is Monzo? So, Monzo is banking like it's never been done before. So we're a tech company, and our mission is to make money work for everyone. That is a pretty ambitious mission, because making money work for everyone is a difficult problem, because for most people, money causes anxiety. Money is complex. Money is not transparent. Money is a set of decisions that people don't help you with. And so in that context, we're building a fully digital bank, which puts customers at the heart of it all, and building what we describe as a financial control center, the one place where you can manage it all in a completely digital way with delightful design, right? Everything from transacting, paying, borrowing, saving, investing, insuring, all of it together in this magical experience, knowing that the bank has got your back. The bank is here to solve problems for you, make tools available to you to help you make good decisions, educate you as you go, and so on. So as a tech company, the bank is built off of an entirely native, entirely custom-built tech stack. It's obviously really, what the future is about. So it's entirely cloud-based, it's entirely microservices-based. And, we're, have an enormous amount of business momentum. We're growing incredibly fast, doubling revenues every year, expanding both numbers of customers as well as unit economics. So it's a really exciting time. We're in the UK. We're the UK's largest digital bank. And thanks for the shout out for our awards from last week about winning the best British bank as well. Considering, we're up against banks that are hundreds of years old. What are our challenges? I think, the two things I would say that, I obsess about are, number one, we're looking at this crazy world of opportunity. We could do a lot of different things, lots of different products that we could build, a lot of different countries we could launch in, and so on and so forth. So the first challenge really is about making sure that we're stack ranking these things effectively and being really disciplined with building out the business. Because ultimately, you're only measured by your impact and not by the size of your dreams. So it's important to us that we actually keep getting stuff done, continue to scale and grow at this incredible pace. So that's the first one. And then the second challenge, which is not unusual to Monzo, it's true for all tech companies, which is when you start out, you have a particular culture, as a small team, and people are working across everything. But as you start to grow and scale and succeed, how do you preserve the best aspects of your culture, right, and continue to evolve based on what the company needs at different stages of scale and growth? So that's the second challenge. And this is of course separate from all of the macroeconomic things that are going to sort of work their way through the world in the coming months. But the big two Monzo specific challenges are those. I'm going to pause there.
Okay. So thank you so much to all the panelists for that great prelude to what we're going to discuss next. So what I have planned right now is that I prepared a couple of specific questions for each one of you. So let me go through those questions, and then we'll we'll see if there are any questions from the audience that we can address. So let me start with since TS was speaking most recently. Let me start with TS. I think you've touched upon this a little bit, but one of the things that I find really fascinating is that how a startup online bank such as yours, how this startup can so successfully challenge and in fact win awards despite being up against these established financial powerhouses. And these are banks, when you think about banks in the UK, these are banks which have decades, and perhaps even century of accumulated experience and financial muscle. So what is it about your systems and processes that these traditional banks are unable to replicate effectively?
Sure. So look, there's two or three things, and keep this brief, but we can talk at length about any one of these things as a topic for a longer conversation. So let's start with tech stack. Our tech budget is a fraction of the tech budget of any big bank, right? Any bank that competes with us as well, and yet we build better technology. And the answer to why that is cuts back to what I said earlier about the innovator's dilemma and the incumbent challenge of a legacy tech stack, where if you have an old legacy tech stack, the amount it costs to actually just maintain that, the number of bodies you have to throw at the problem to just maintain that and keep it current, let alone then solve for new things that you want to do, is extraordinary, right? When you start with a tech stack like we have, which, as I said, is completely natively built, entirely cloud, entirely microservices, it allows you to scale. It gives you a product shipping velocity, which is very, very hard for an incumbent to compete with, right? Our ability to build products and delight through that. The second thing, besides that's legacy tech stack, the second piece is mindset. Now, this is a really hard one to sort of tease out, because there's many things that go into it. One of which is, if you have an existing successful business to protect, it's very hard to cannibalize that. It's very hard to change that and say, look, let's do something that is best for customers. Let's build from scratch the best possible product for customers. And how do you actually build that when you're also trying to protect, a high margin credit card business or something else? Whereas we started with a clean slate and said, look, we're going to build the best product for customers. I'm not going to hide behind terms and conditions. I'm not going to hide behind banking complexity. I really want my customer to know what they're buying, what they're using, what's the best decision for them to make for themselves. And everything that we do in terms of telling customers things, we don't even describe it as a disclosure or a term and condition and so on, because all of those things are really about hiding behind legal language and font sizes, as opposed to just telling customers what it is. And it sounds simple, but it's incredibly hard to always hold yourself to that standard. And the good news is that if you do, and if you get traction and you build that trust and never take that trust for granted, the good news is that you delight customers and they talk about you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The amount we spend on marketing is like single-digit millions, right? Which is trivial for a very, very competitive market. Right? People spend like 100x what we do. And it works because our customers speak on our behalf. And everybody's heard of a metric called Net Promoter Score, right? NPS is tracked, every industry tracks a version of it, which just tells you how much, to what extent are your customers net promoters of your product and will they recommend you. Our numbers are north of 70 relative to an industry which is probably in the low to mid teens. Right, so that means customers are talking about us. They're flashing our card. They like to mention it to their friends and family, and that creates the virality and the network effects associated with actually creating growth. And now we of course have scale now, and so it's possible to do those same things at just greater and greater numbers.
Yes. Yeah. So those are all the unique advantages of being an online startup that you just mentioned. Are there some unique challenges that are more salient to to your setup, TS, as compared to traditional banks? For example, is the risk of online fraud something that you're concerned about much more than what the traditional banks would be, and things such as privacy breach, etc. So does your business model come with some unique challenges as well?
So no, so not those specific ones, because whether it's fraud or online security or breaches and all of that stuff, those are industry wide, right? Every bank is online in a way that creates risk.
Mm-hmm.
So those are not unique to us. If anything, our ability to respond to that, our ability to think technological responses to online fraud or to cybersecurity and so on are much higher, and our ability to sort of build new things to, whether it's new MLAI models or to build new technologies to enhance security, I feel like our responsiveness is much higher. If there's a challenge for us as a tech company being in this business, it is being humble enough to bring the best of banking to what we do as well. And it's very easy to think of ourselves as a tech company, and assume, therefore, that we've got all the answers. But really, our magic is that we bring the best of technology and banking together. And a good example is online lenders, right? Those have always fascinated me. Tech companies that are pure lenders fascinate me when they operate as though writing good software is the same thing as writing good loans, and it's not. Right? So you need to bring those two things together effectively. And if anything, that's the real thing for us.
Yes. Okay, let me change track a little bit, and let me next go to Mr. Sandeep Goyal. Sandeep, sorry, this might be a little bit of a personal question, but I think it is quite relevant to the theme of the conference. So let me go ahead and ask you that question, regardless. So if you think about at least the previous two crises that we've just witnessed, the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, as well as the current pandemic, if they've taught us anything about what matters for the resiliency of financial institutions, one would say that robust risk management has to rank at the very top of that list of priorities. But unfortunately, risk management typically has been seen as more of a support function, right? Now, you had a very successful transition from being a risk manager to being a CEO who manages all aspects of the business. So, how would you describe the specific challenges and issues that you faced as you stepped into this more expansive role, from being a risk manager to being a CEO?
Mhm. So, Dushant, when I transitioned to Canada in 2007, 2008, the financial crisis hit. So, the discussions with regulators prior to the crisis and post the crisis, I think, were very different. So, prior to the crisis, I think you are rightly saying that, we were a support function from the risk side. And after the crisis, suddenly, we were, as risk team, we were facing the regulators in terms of what is the strategy, how are you managing this, where are you going. So, that transition happened because I think the world started looking at risk teams in a very different way with different set of expectations. And suddenly, I think in 2008, 9, after the absorption of that impact happened, a lot of investor presentations started, a lot of disclosures on risk management. So risk management being a support function till 2008. After that, I think there was a lot of changes which were driven by investor expectations, regulatory expectations. Where I think risk management became one of the mainstream functions in the bank. And I must tell you, when I also transitioned to risk management, I had a very good overview of the bank. When you're sitting in risk side, you understand a lot of things, retail banking, corporate banking, how the money is moving, what kind of liquidity risks we are taking, what is credit risk. So after the CEO, I think I would say CRO became very, very critical for the functioning of the bank. And in 2019, when this transition happened, it was a big transition for me. I think personally, the transition was not such a challenge, but the outside world sees you in a very different light. That's a bigger challenge. You are a CRO, you have a set of peers, and you have a set of customers, and you are always a CRO because I spent a lot of time in the North American market. And 2019, suddenly you become a CEO. They start looking at you in a very different fashion. So that is more challenging. But internally, yes, I think it was a transition. But given my experience, given my exposure to the bank and various parts of the bank, personally, it was a good journey. And I would always say that if you get a chance to be leading any kind of unit vertical or a bank or any business vertical, I think it's a very, very good exposure. I think you should encourage all your people who are listening, students. Who you get a chance anytime. I think that leap you have to take. You should take that leap.
Now, a related question, Sandeep. Have you, and this may be completely, it may not be true at all, but did you ever feel that there was a conflict between a risk manager's risk management mindset versus a CEO's mindset, which would be oriented towards growth. So was there ever a conflict that you faced between being a conservative risk manager and being a growth-minded CEO?
Mm-hmm. Uh, I think that conflict, I would say, was there around 10, 12 years back, before the crisis, I would say.
Okay.
But now, after that, all banks, irrespective of which location they are in, which regulator, I must tell you, everybody is focused on, conservation of capital. It's very, very critical. From even if you're growing, your first intent is to make sure that, whatever investments you're doing, you are getting a, valid return on capital and off capital over a period of, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever time horizon you're looking at. So, risk management is, fundamentally integrated into the strategy of the bank as you go forward. So without risk management, I would say, you are blindly going into something without understanding what are the risks you're taking. So it is that kind of integration, and that is how, at least within ICICI and other banks which I have come across, I think that is how it is well integrated. So I don't think so there is any conflict today between risk and strategy.
Okay. So there's been a paradigm shift.
Absolutely.
After the financial crisis. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me, thanks, Sandeep. So let me move on to Ajanta now. And Ajanta, my question for you is, I think you've touched upon a little bit about on this aspect when you talked about the fact that big organizations, large organizations, they are prone to certain distractions. You're putting out a lot of fires, a lot of different fires at the same time, right? Now, if you think about the last few years, financial institutions, they've navigated a pretty fast changing, uncertain economic environment. And in such an environment, I would think that stability of business operations, rather than product innovation, would be at the top of one's list of priorities. So I'm curious to know, did you encounter such a mindset as in your current role as head of RBC's GAM Innovation Lab? And if you did, how did you go about convincing your business leaders that they should not lose sight of what ultimately matters for your customers? I mean, you're up against some pretty stiff competition. I don't know if Monzo Bank is operating in Canada right now, but they might be soon. So there is a need to continuously innovate your product offerings and make yourself more and more relevant to your customers. So how do you make your case for such innovation when you're facing times of crisis?
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably spin that question around a bit, because I think I look at it from a slightly different lens, and I think TS touched on this quite well. I think at the end of the day, we had the benefit of working externally and then coming internally, right? And you see a huge difference with respect to that, right? So I think the key thing you touched on, which resonates so much to me, is our infrastructure and our tech stack isn't set up for rapid innovation, right? So we can go ahead and we can build things in a box and show a good POC, and everybody's all patting us on the back with respect to what it is. But then it sits there because it's so hard to get these things driven through the organization, right? So it's not about the economic environment, because I think at the end of the day, we have deep pockets, quite a bit of funding, we can throw lots of money at stuff. I think organizationally, because of the size of it, we're not a greenfield organization, and that technology and digital transformation, that's a huge step for them to take. And I would say RBC is definitely moving down that path. And we're starting to sort of see the benefits of some of the legacy, sort of moving away from some of the legacy systems. But it's still huge. It's still a huge bank that services millions of customers already. So I think that's our biggest challenge is really around kind of building that proper infrastructure, I'd say, with respect to it, and making sure that you're setting that up for success. The other piece I'd say is, I mean, one of the things that we do within my team, even though we run an innovation lab, is we're not focused on like what we call like Horizon 3 innovation, right? Like I think, for us, we're not focused on Horizon 3 innovation. We're probably more, what I call ourselves is we're more around applied innovation. So we're taking capabilities that we see out there in the marketplace, using, you know, existing technology, open source code, things like that, and we're applying that internally within our applications, right? So we may take like machine learning algorithms that we see applied somewhere else and see how do we apply that to some of the work that we're doing on our side, right? So that's a bit more where we're doing. We're trying to help the bank accelerate that you know, digitization roadmap itself. And I think that's how we're approaching it. But it's definitely a struggle. The nice thing is people. I think what the pandemic has done is open people's eyes towards how quickly demand can switch, right? And I think that's been a really interesting thing. Like one of the things that we started investing a lot of money and time on, and it took a lot of work, but I find it's starting to see the benefits of it, is just a simple thing that I'm sure, you know, TS does on a hourly basis or by the minute, is just analyzing the data, analyzing the traffic, analyzing, understanding where demand is coming from, understanding how to prospect better. So you're not just investing on more people, more phone calls, but how do you have higher quality phone calls, right, with people? And I think that's you know where we've been seeing some big wins. I'd say a big part of what we're trying to do is right now from my team perspective, right, is how do we collect data, how do we organize data, and how do we analyze data, right? And I think that's really helping drive insight. So I'd say that's probably where we are, but I think there's still a lot of, you know, it's not about economic challenges, it's just more culturally where we are. I think that's the piece that we're trying to shift still.
Right. Yeah, and it's going to take some time, I guess, from what you're saying. You know, it's not going to be an overnight shift. It'll be a steady.
I mean, you know, it's an 80,000 person organization, right? So it does take a bit of time to do it. I think the one last piece I'd throw in there is it's just because of the way, you know, when you think about a startup and when you think about an organization like you know, any big, it doesn't have to be RBC, any big financial organization, any big organization as a whole, is it's also a bit in terms of, you know, culturally, whether it be how people are compensated and so forth, we're sort of more incentivized for 1 year type decisions, right, at the end of the day, than we are when you look at a startup or a smaller company. You know, you know, the payoff is 5-6 years from now, really, from where it is, right? And so that's it, you know, another bit of the shift that we're I mean, another bit of the challenge I think we're facing as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think we still have a few minutes for questions from from the audience. Let me first start with a question from Partha. So he's put one of his comments in the chat window here. And Partha says that very often super innovative companies, they start out to threaten the established order, but then, you know, economic reality hits and they get acquired by some legacy company. You know, and I'm guessing both Ajanta as well as TS could speak to this. But the question is targeted to TS here. Can Monzo scale up to be a successful, profitable, and independent business?
Yeah, I can give you the shortest answer is yes. The longer answer would be, I think Partha's point is right. There's no dearth of companies that started out focused on product and building something amazing and threatened the established order. And in the way he put it, economic reality strikes. And so lots of companies tend to operate at one or the other end of what I think of as a false binary. That you can either be a P&L focused company that's delivering great economics or be a company that's building great products for customers. And I think it's a false binary that most companies sort of find themselves at one end or the other of. For our purpose at Monzo, we are really, really sharply focused on making sure we deliver a disciplined business, which means we're mindful of economic realities. We're not shy to monetize, but we will not monetize if it's against the customer's interest. I don't make my money off of late fees and, you know, cute things that the industry is able to charge when customers make mistakes. We will make our money when it's aligned with the customer's interests, and so it's a win-win. So I'm not shy of monetizing. I'm not shy of focusing on delivering a really resilient P&L, especially given the choppy weather that's ahead of us. So I think it's a great question, and I agree that lots of companies don't get that balance right, or don't own the fact that they must deliver both.
Ajanta, do you have a thanks, TS? Ajanta, do you have a comment here as well, given your own experiences?
Yeah, it's tough because I mean, Partha hit the nail on the head, right? You start and you start to see economic challenges, right? And you always find, again, a lot of these larger institutions, they struggle a bit in technology, and we've seen so much acquisition. I mean, as of late in this whole direct indexing space and asset management, like companies are getting bought left, right, and center. And the problem we have is then that integration into it, right? And I think that's where you start to see, you start to lose that value. And the other last piece I'd say there is, like, especially in our space, or I'd say, in this technology space, is the companies are built of people, right? Like the product is constantly changing, right? Like the product is not something that you have and, it is there for the next 10, 15 years, right? It's constantly changing. And so the main issue is, how do you retain that same culture and that same fast-paced environment, right? A lot of people that work in these areas, they strive, they thrive in that challenging, fast-paced, high-impact like environment. One of the things I was just telling our leadership recently is, the group of people I have in my team, they're like a high risk, high reward model, and they're totally comfortable with that approach, right? But it's hard to retain that in an organization, just because there's so much. It's not red tape, but just so much process because of the size of the groups, right? And I think these are the things that the organizations are understanding. But it is really difficult to maintain that same DNA that you have as a smaller company once you're acquired by a large institution.
Okay. Well, so I see there's a couple more questions here in the chat window. Let me direct the next question to Sandeep, because ICICI Bank might have noticed some of these changes that DV Devarakonda is talking about over here. So his question is, what are your observations regarding consumer banking habits and how they've changed in the last couple of years during the pandemic?
Mhm. I think I'll talk more, globally, since the start of pandemic. I think everybody has realized a lot of digital delivery of services was preferable. People were not willing to come to branches, and as a cross-border bank, people in Canada who could not travel to India, a lot of requests came to us that their parents were stuck in India and they needed cash delivery to be done at home. So we have actually done a lot of activities like that. So I would say that digital delivery of services was something which was very, very paramount, and the kind of throughput through those systems, we saw exponential growth. So all your base systems where this traffic is throughput. So those systems needed an upgrade. The bandwidth, the amount of traffic which we are able to handle, ATM network, what kind of bandwidth which is there on ATMs. So we had to go and upgrade a lot of systems in terms of the throughput requirements. And as I think we have gone through this 2 years of pandemic, people are coming back to the branches, and we are seeing, particularly students, senior citizens, they are not happy sitting online, so they want to come into the branch. And there are a lot of customers who come into the branch to check their balance every day. So they feel, that the balance will vanish overnight. So, they want to come, sit with the branch manager, spend some time with our, CSRs, and get the comfort. So more relationship oriented, and they need to talk to somebody. So it depends. So we have seen, a lot of walk-in into the branches again, and people are, more, interested in having a conversation and having a physical meeting.
All right, so I think we might be out of time, but if Ishan is okay with it, let me take one last question from her, which is about what banking or money management innovations are you seeing on the horizon? So very quickly, let me go around the table, and first let's go with TS.
Yeah, so my so there's a long roadmap of things that's coming up over here, and banking and money management will transform completely, and we're at the beginning of that transformation. I think I'll talk about two quick ones. One is, I think we will find a consolidation again after, at least in North America, a decade of things splintering and different fintech players and banks sort of focusing on different needs. I think we'll start to see some version of consolidation in a single sort of store of like a financial control center in what I described. The second piece, which remains to be seen how it will play itself out in the coming decade, is all things DeFi and crypto, right? Not currencies, because that's a mug's game. We can talk about that forever. But blockchain and DeFi in and of itself has the ability to transform financial services in the coming decade.
Okay. Ajanta and then Sandeep.
Yeah, for me, I think DeFi is probably one of the key areas there that is coming. I think that's probably a few years in terms of when we start to see the real impact of it. But you're starting to see the early start of that. Like it's that growth curve that you're starting to see already. I think probably more nearer term is it'll be interesting to see the impact of things like open banking coming in the Canadian landscape itself, right? And I think that's going to present a ton of opportunities. And it's one that, as an institution the size of us, right? Yes, we have a lot of information, but our ability to use that as more of an attack, an offensive mechanism rather than a defensive mechanism is going to be really interesting with respect to that. That, could mean simple things as, whether it's other people requesting our information, us understanding a client's at risk, and how do we react to that, right? So I think that's going to be a pretty interesting trend or area to focus on for us over the next year or two.
Great. Sandeep?
So Dushant, from my side, I think two things which I feel will, transform the way the banks operate or the financial industry operates today. We have seen a lot of disruption in underwriting at the retail level. Issue of credit cards, mortgages. We have seen auto decisioning being done. I see a lot of this getting into the lower end of small and medium enterprises, large corporates who are looking at small funding. This will get disintermediated where banks don't need to spend a lot of time on underwriting, because this will be more of model-driven underwriting where limits are decided. This is something which I have seen a lot of fintechs have come into that way, because that's a large cost base for a bank. If you are able to cut down that underwriting cost, as well as in terms of the whole manpower issue which is there on the underwrite. So that is one big thing which I feel is going to happen over next 3 to 4 5 year horizon. Second thing is on the capital raising. Large banks have a deep expertise in terms of enabling companies for capital raise. I have seen crowdfunding platforms and those kind of, and people are having more disposable income in their hands. So instead of going through exchange, this retail private equity, which is shaping up, I feel this whole concept of capital raising by small medium enterprises, more innovative companies, will get more distributed out into retail PE. So that is something which I feel these two trends will transform, and it's more a big disruption into the big banks' revenues. That will continue to happen. So that is what I feel over next 5-10 years.
Okay, fascinating. And on that note, I think we are certainly over time now. So thank you so much to all the panelists for such a wonderful discussion and offering us with some great insights about what's happening today and what is likely to unfold in the future. So thank you so much. I'll pass on the floor to Ishan now.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Professor Dushant, as well. Really interesting conversations. And to all the panelists, thank you so much for taking the time out. I know some of you are sitting in different time zones as well, so we really appreciate this. It was a very valuable conversation. We will now be concluding this panel, and we will have a quick break before the next one starts. To the panelists and everyone else on StreamYard, if you are interested in listening into the next panel, please feel free to log out of the studio, and you can join the YouTube link that we've got. But once again, thank you once again for all of your time, and we hope to chat with you again soon. Take care. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the next panel discussion. For all of our attendees on YouTube, we will now be commencing our third and our final panel for this conference today. This is the panel on technology and innovation. We have a really interesting and diverse set of panelists that have very kindly taken the time out to chat with us today. The moderator for this panel will be Professor Partha Mohanram. He's the John H. Watson Chair in Value Investing at the University of Toronto and a professor as well. Over to you, Professor.
Ishan, thank you very much. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm very excited for this last panel. And one simple reason is I know all these three people personally. So let me just share my connection with each of them. So Girish is my classmate from IIT Madras, and he's had a stellar career in technology. He's been working in a number of AI-related ventures, currently in Heal Software, which he will talk about. But he also does a lot of philanthropic work. He works with the IIT Madras Foundation. Some of you might remember that we had a panel discussion on how Indians, ordinary Indians, and he's not an ordinary Indian, he's an extraordinary Indian, but still uh, are stepping up and sort of crowdfunding the response to the pandemic. So Girish did a lot of work during the pandemic with the IITM Foundation to raise money to provide things like oxygen concentrators, and also we had an event last year, so some of you may have seen him there. So welcome, Girish. Monica. So my connection with Monica is Monica's mom was actually in the same building as I was growing up. So I remember her coming by my office, and she was this young Columbia undergrad, and she came to my office and we chatted. And this may have been Monica, I don't remember, 13 or 14 years ago. And I mean, she's a LinkedIn contact, and it's been amazing to see her career progression. So she's gone on to work in a whole bunch of energy and social development related ventures. She went and got her MBA from Harvard, um, also my alma mater, and then she uh, worked in a variety of interesting areas. She worked in Tesla, for example, helping the ramp up of like the production and so on. And now she is working for a venture fund called G2 Venture Partners, which in their philosophy statement says that we are a firm focused on emerging technologies driving sustainable transformation across traditional industries. We support entrepreneurs who are unlocking new paths to environmentally and socially responsible economic growth. So I think this is truly sort of somebody who's like this is where the rubber hits the road when everybody talks a lot about investing in ESG and stuff, but Monica and her firm are truly putting their money where in this thing, like, so there's the full credibility there. And the last panelist, so I remember Angad coming to my office as a first year undergrad, and he's at Rotman, asking me for some advice on which course to take and which major. And I still remember he wanted me to hook him up with some professor to guide him and stuff. And Angad is he's a Pearson scholar. Very few select kids are selected. He's an amazing story. He's a national level shooter. He would have been an Olympian if he had not chosen to come to Canada for his to joining at U of T. Pearson scholars are people. I think there are 50 of them chosen from all over the world. They get a complete free ride for 4 years. Room, board, tuition, and stuff, and it's purely merit based, and it's for the truly exceptional people. And Angad is one of them. But Angad and some of his, I guess, U of T friends started this venture like a little more than a year ago called Wombo. It started off as this, a deep fake video thing, but the aim was to, in a sense, show people that what they are seeing in the internet may not be real, but make it fun. So if you go to the actual Wombo app, right, you can create music videos of yourself singing some very famous song, and they have these really hilarious things of George Bush and Trudeau and other people singing some like Bollywood songs, for instance. It's pretty amazing. But the app which I really love is Angad and his team have come up with this thing called Wombo Dream, which is AI generated art. And actually, I have to mention, Angad may not know this, we started flooding our IMA group with people doing Wombo art that we were kicked out, and we had to create a separate group called IMA 92 Wombo, where we would just share these images we all created. And we were just blown away by this really cool app, and I believe in the last few weeks, it was the number one downloaded app in the world. Number one, ATP number one, ahead of like Facebook and Twitter and everything else. So we really have this amazing team of people. Okay, so we will follow a similar format. Each of you have approximately 10 minutes. Well, let's say each of you around 8 minutes. So around 12:30, we'll try to get to the Q&A. So each of you have 8 minutes. Just talk about your journey. It's your time. And if you can tie it into the broad themes of the conference, that would be great. So just think about economic resiliency, any of the sort of burning social issues of the day, COVID, how it's affected your business and how you see it going forward. So let me go in the same order I introduced them. So we'll start with Girish. So we're going in sort of giving seniority to age. So we're going to Girish first, then we're going to Monica, and then we're giving the new kid on the block the last word. Okay. So Girish, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Partha. Again, kudos to you, Ishan, and the rest of the team in putting together an amazing event. Listening to the speakers before, it is just incredible. The views, the diversity of views, the breadth of stuff, as well as the depth of issues that they have understood and portrayed. So amazing. Kudos to you. Thank you. And then just honored and privileged to be here. So my name is Girish. I'm based here in the Bay Area. Again, Partha and I went to undergrad at IIT Madras. I grew up in a small town, Palakkad in Kerala, and somehow was fortunate and lucky to get into IIT Madras. And subsequently, the journey there was just incredible. Made, I should say, a lot of friends that are lifelong friends in life. Nothing like it, one can expect. Came to the US, studied at Boston University, somehow got interested in operations research, and then subsequently started working in the telecom networking industry in the mid 90s, when it was the place to be at that time. Soon, many years later, it gave way to other areas that are more exciting. And over the last number of years, I've been working in the AI area. And I should say the excitement, the opportunities, and the bright future that it has and continues to have is just amazing. And moreover, the talent that is out there. I mean, Angad will talk about many of the stuff that he has done and his team have done. But the things that you can do today, especially with almost every man, woman, and child with a smartphone in their hands, and with the access to the type of technology that we never had in the past, the future is just amazing in this area. So I've been fortunate to be working in that area. My current company, Heal Software, we address one primary problem, because every enterprise out there has applications that are used by either their customers or their employees or partners or any other stakeholder. And more than ever, it's been tough to make sure that all these applications provide the same level of user experience at all times. So pre-COVID, this was true. If you're a bank, if you're a telecom company, if you're a SaaS provider, if you're a technology company, if you're a beauty salon, if you're a dentist, it doesn't matter. You want to make sure that your users and employees can access the services at any time, irrespective of what happens anywhere else on the planet. It was pretty challenging even before COVID, but during COVID and post-COVID, it took on a whole new level of importance, because now people rely more on digital access to everything, which means that, and many of those applications are mission critical. You may be looking to get a COVID shot. You may be looking to get the treatment that you need in order to do this. You may be looking to many of the hospital visits have now become online, which means they've become mission critical, depending on the severity of what you're trying to treat. Net, it is incredible that the amount of demand it has placed, and ensuring, especially for, we call it the IT operations team, which typically rolls under a CIO, Chief Information Officer, in these enterprises. their job has become much harder. And if when we talk to our customers, pre-COVID and post-COVID, pre-COVID, yes, they realized we need to address this, but during COVID and post-COVID, of course, there was a period of time when it took folks a while to adjust to this, and I'll drill into it a bit more pretty soon. But post-COVID, everyone realized that we need to make sure that every application is available to everyone, irrespective of where they're accessing from, because you may be in your office, you may be at home most of the time, you may be on the road, but you need to access the same thing at all times. So that imposes a level of the bar is raised essentially for IT ops. So here comes AI. Earlier, it was a bunch of people that looked at linear charts and said, "Hey, CPU utilization is high. This is increasing. We need to do something." That is not that is needed. Of course, it's necessary condition, but not sufficient anymore. Going forward, you have all kinds of stuff. Your applications are running on-prem, private cloud, multiple public clouds. So the visibility for an operations person to see where things are running, how they are functioning, what is likely to happen, or potentially a problem, it has become not only physically impossible but exceptionally complex. That's why we need AI to the rescue. And unlike we human beings, we are pretty good, right? Or we have survived, we have done well over the past 70,000 years, but we have our own limits. So that's where we put in AI. It helps us, it augments what we do. It can go in and look at all the different things. It can do correlations that we could never do. We're all linear thinkers. We cannot look at 100 metrics, 200 different KPIs, correlate all of them, and then remember things that happened 2 months ago. But machine learning can do that in a jiffy, thanks to tremendous advancements in not only the models that you can do. There are, if you look at the number of papers being written in AI, thousands of papers coming out every week. Of course, this is intensified over the past 20 years when AI really became mainstream. And by the way, Partha, Canada has been a front runner in a lot of the work that was done and continues to be done today in AI. So Toronto in particular, and Canada in general, and of course, the US here as well as the rest of the world is on that bandwagon. So with that, we are now able to not only analyze what happened, come up with good insights, but also we can predict. As Yogi Berra said, predicting is tough, especially when it comes to the future. But in this case, we can definitely predict. And also we can, end of the day, you don't let the machines go wild, but instead they percolate what needs to be done, one or two things, to the human beings who can then, look at and tie it to their business objectives, all their risk aspects, and then they can choose to make changes or not. So all of a sudden, instead of not knowing what's going on, having all kinds of outages and with a deer and headlights look, and people huddling to figure out the problem, now we can do all of that ahead of time. And that's what Heal and many of our fellow companies in this area we do. Number two, the future for AI to apply to enterprises is just increasing. If you look at the CIO's priorities, digital transformation is accelerated pre-COVID to post-COVID. All of a sudden, every man, woman, and child is on Zoom, 11 hours a day. And we are all using applications that we have never done in the past. And also, the stuff that is needed in cybersecurity has become tough. One of the CIOs I was talking to when the Ukraine conflict and war started, all of a sudden his priorities shifted. This is a CIO of a bank here in the US, and he said, we are worried about potential accelerated cybersecurity attacks coming from Russia or other regions. So we are shifting priority. That's what we're going to be looking at, because we cannot afford to have that effect. So the agility in terms of shifting focus is one thing that has happened through COVID. Earlier, we had the luxury of we can deal with one problem or two or three problems, and then we will at our convenience or based on business ROI and business cases, we'll adjust. But today, that's not the case anymore. We are forced to do. And as evolutionary uh, sayings go, Darwin and others, it's not the smartest that survive; it's the people that adapt quicker are the ones that survive. And that's same philosophy is happening to the enterprise IT aspects as well. So folks that can quickly shift, if you look at what happened during COVID, when a lot of people were, everybody was working in the office, people were still using video conferencing and collaboration tools, but all of a sudden you just had to make that as the norm. And companies that actually adopted that, provided the right type of usability, security, and access to employees, they are the ones that actually they were able to get through this and then immediately change the workforce behavior. In our company, for example, most of our engineering is based in India, Bangalore and Pune, and they were not used to working remote prior to COVID. So it took us a while during COVID, that first few months, lot of adjustment. Both in terms of, first of all, it's like a truck hitting you. You have to deal with all the personal issues, the worries, and all that. But secondly, how do I collaborate with people? How do I make sure that we can do this well, and then we can adapt, and then ensuring that we have to deliver products which and features which again got delayed with an uncertain customer scenario, right? So being able to adapt there is very key. And then number three, the good part is all the customers for all of us, their behaviors also have changed. So it's not that customers expect, I do sales and marketing. They don't expect you to be at their office, right, anymore at any point. In fact, they don't want to meet you, face to face as much as possible. So it makes life a little easier because when things are not good, there is a new wave of Omicron, and we are reluctant to travel. It doesn't affect our business outcomes. So that's that. And then the biggest issue all of us face is talent. End of the day, artificial intelligence. We talk about machines, but it's all about people. People are the ones that design these models. People are the ones that tweak these models. People are the ones that are able to determine how AI works and how we use it, and then how well we use it. So having the right talent has been an exceptionally hard problem, and I'm sure every single person that you talk to can not only attest to it, but also say that that is a challenge. And the way to solve that is the following: ensuring that you build technology that is purposeful. That means it has a real impact and people can connect to the eventual outcome, number one. Number two, it is the impact that they can make in the company and in what is being done. And then number three is they're getting rewarded. Reward could be everything from money to personal growth to satisfaction and all that. So if you tie in all of this, you can not only attract the right talent and also attract the uh, type A or A caliber people to do. And then, of course, oftentimes you do need to weed out the C and D performers and bring in A, and maybe this is a good time to do that as well. Then, just finally, one of my other things, as Partha mentioned, I do is nonprofit work. I've been very involved in it for more than 20 years. First with the Shankarai Foundation, which has become one of the largest community eye care institutions in the world. Then with Calico, which in California deals with child abuse victims and helps them. And then third, now IIT Madras Foundation, as Partha mentioned, all in the with the objective of trying to move us in the right direction on the planet.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Karan.
Girish. Yeah, thanks, Girish. So I'm now go to Monica. So we saw the challenges of working online right now, where your cat darted by. Extremely, that's kind of gave us a moment of temporary relief. Actually, I make an active decision to bring my cat for the last class I teach online. It helps relax the students and probably gets me better teaching ratings as well. But on that note, I'll hand it over to Monica. You can tell us a little bit about your journey as well as what you're doing right now. And you have also around 10 minutes before I get to Angad. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you all for having me. And yes, my cat Oreo loves to be a guest, make a guest appearance on most of my video calls. My personal stories, I grew up in India and the Middle East. In the Middle East, we were in Saudi and Dubai. In India, we were in Delhi. I moved to the US for college and went to Columbia University, which is where I met Professor Monram. I studied econ math and sustainable development, and then my whole career from there has been largely around the intersection of sustainability and innovation. I started my career at McKinsey, did the usual classic training and boot camp as an analyst there in the DC office, and then moved to the Bay Area to work at Tesla in their business operations team, and really got to see sustainability and innovation, of course, up front and up close and be part of that. I went to Harvard Business School for my MBA and worked at a solar company in Tanzania for the summer in between, which is also a really interesting way of combining my passion for sustainable development and technology. And then I joined my venture firm about 3 years ago. I'm a partner at G2 Venture Funds, where we have $1 billion in assets under management and invest in companies that are digitizing traditional industries sustainably. We're typically investing at late venture and early growth stages. So we're really helping companies that have a product and market, typically in the energy, mobility, food and ag, logistics, et cetera, sector, and helping them scale to $100 million revenue companies and eventually an exit. So for us, even coming into COVID, there was momentum behind ESG, obviously behind technology. I'm in Silicon Valley, so very much at the center of it. And all of those things accelerated during the pandemic. So the digitization of traditional industries, the sort of impulse for companies to adopt digital tools and digital ways of working were only accelerated by all the supply chain disruptions, labor shortages, obviously work from home. And so for us, in many ways, COVID has created tailwinds for the technologies in which we invest. The current economic environment, I think particularly the technology stocks and the way they've been trading for the past 2-3 weeks has created some amount of jitters in the industry, and I do think that there might be a bit of a slowdown in the rapid growth, or in at least the funding of startups that we've seen over the past 2 years. But in many ways, some of the greatest companies have been born from eras like this. Airbnb and Uber were born from the 2008 financial crisis, and companies, given the theme of this conference is around resilience, companies often build more resilience by focusing on unit economics and fundamental business models, which they're forced to do when capital is more scarce. So we're hopeful that overall this reset will just help correct some of the exuberance we saw in 2021, and that in many ways the surge in what's now called climate tech and particularly a focus on ESG is very much a mega trend that's here to stay and only increase over time.
Excellent, Monica. So folks, I think there is a slight lag between audio and video on your side. I think that's just the maybe the perils of working in technology. So I'm just mentioning this for the audience who are watching. So if you find a slight lag, please excuse us. All of us are doing this. The students and are handling this technology completely by themselves, so we don't have the help of anybody. So please apologize and please excuse us for any technical issues. Okay, I'm going to now pass the baton on to Angad. And Angad, again, your journey, you can talk about your own journey and talk about Wombo, and maybe you can talk about the two different businesses as well as anything else that Wombo might be, and how you actually came up with this idea, you and your friends. And just I would love to hear this, and I'm sure our audience will as well. Yeah.
For sure, yeah. I actually have a pretty it's been, thanks for having me on the panel, and it's been great listening to the other speakers. I have probably the shortest career of everyone on this panel. It's like a year and a half or so.
But you also have the longest career ahead of you, so think about that. So,
for sure, yeah. So a bit about myself. When I was thinking about where I want to go to college or what I want to study, I chose business because I was close with a relative of Partha, of Professor Partha, and he's an investment banker. finance guy, and I thought that world was super glamorous. And I came into college thinking I want to be an investment banker. And then I was really ambitious. And then in my first year, I lived on residence with a friend of mine. His name's Akshat. He's now a co-founder at Wombo. And what he told me was, yo, like if you want to have an impact on the world, if you're ambitious, then you should look into tech. That's like there's a lot of young people there doing a lot of cool things. And then I started looking up online. There's some really good resources. There's an incubator called Y Combinator, and they have a lot of open source like videos, essays on how to build a company and things like that. And I started working on side projects. I really made it a point to hang out with people that had actively seek out people that were ambitious and had skill sets that I didn't. So I would hang out with a lot of pretty much all my friends are in STEM majors. All of them are engineers or designers and worked on a lot of projects. All of them failed. And then in my third year, I met my co-founder. Wombo has 6 co-founders, and we're around 30 full-time employees, around 30 employees. So I met one of my co-founders and CEO. His name's Ben, and he pitched Wombo to me. He's a U of T dropout, and the way he pitched Wombo to me was, "I'm working on an app. It'll be the most viral app of 2021." I was a bit skeptical because Ben doesn't know how to code, he doesn't know how to design, and he's never worked on like a venture-backed project before. Um, but he'd contracted out some engineers to build like a MVP. He paid out some students and got like a very hacky like first version of the Wombo lip syncing app together. Super janky. It like barely worked. I played around with it, and I'd read enough like Y Combinator essays to be like, okay, we've hit product market fit, and the app isn't even out yet. So I sort of like Ben didn't have any engineers on the team when I joined. No designers either. So I sort of like recruited the founding team. We worked on the product for like 4 or 5 months, and then we launched in March of 2021. So that's about a year and few months ago. And we had one of the most viral app launches of all time. It was totally ridiculous. We did 25 million downloads in our first month. We didn't do any marketing, and we still don't do any marketing. We have no marketing hired on our team. There were a couple days we got more downloads than TikTok, and we were like number one app in over 50 countries. Like 9% of Brazil's 9% of smartphone users in Brazil, and like 2 to 3% of smartphone users in India downloaded like the original app. And since then, I guess like what does Wombo do? We're like really big believers in AI, and we think AI is gonna totally transform how content is created and consumed. AI is really cool because it democratizes creativity. What it does is it lets anyone be a content creator. I don't know about you guys or anyone in the audience. Like, I'm not talented enough to like get in front of a camera and dance and like make like a funny shareable TikTok video. But with AI, with just a selfie, you can use the Wombo lip syncing app. With just a selfie, you can make a really fun shareable video. With our new app, it's called Wombo Dream. Similar thing, very simple input from the user creates like really beautiful art. So you just need a text prompt. You can write something like sunset in Istanbul. You pick an art style, and the AI will paint out really beautiful art for you. um, I guess like what we've proven so far is to give some context on Dream. Dream launched November of 2021, so about like 7ish months ago. Similar thing, we just put it on the App Store. We didn't do any marketing, and it's had two ridiculously viral spurts. Most recently, like last weekend, we were number one app in like 94 countries overall, and number one in graphics and design in like 150 countries. There was like a TikTok trend that was going viral, where people were using this new feature on the Dream app and making TikToks out of it. Um, in terms of like where the company's headed next, we've like proven we can build these like super viral content creation tools, and we can acquire users. But we still have to prove that we can retain them or we can monetize them, right? As you can imagine, it's not sustainable to monetize an audience that's constantly fluctuating. And then our tools are pretty simple. So we aren't keeping users, users aren't coming back every day for a long time period. And so the next chapter of our company over this year is moving from tools to platforms. And so with Dream, we're adding social features. So now on the iOS and Android app, there's like a feed of community art. Soon there'll be profiles. You can like artwork. You can follow other artists. There'll be more AI models added, so you can generate different types of art. With the lip syncing app, it's going to be more like fun, mimi, popcorn like content creation and consumption. It's also going to be a bunch of we'll keep adding new fresh AI models to like keep users engaged. Thinking even longer term, like it's not just like consumers that have demand for this technology. Businesses also do. We've already received like crazy inbound from businesses to like use our products. And I guess like we think like in like 3 years, like 4 years in Netflix is like season 8 of Black Mirror. What's gonna happen is you take a selfie in the beginning of the show, and now you're one of the characters in the show, and Netflix will partner up with companies like us to enable those experiences. um I guess in terms of like COVID and how that affected us, I think it's been like pretty positive for the business so far. I think what happened last year was with everyone cooped up, people were just looking for like fun ways to like to keep themselves engaged. And like the lip syncing app is just pure fun. Like you just like take anyone's face and you can just make them sing anything. A lot of people like would like use their like boss or like professor or like family members and like share it in group chats and have fun. And similar with Dream, it's just like it's like these are like entertainment products, so it's been good for us. um, as Monica spoke briefly, like the venture climate's definitely chilled out with like recently like the public markets crashing, like even private market valuations have cooled down. It's been we just closed a Series A round of funding, so we're lucky that we have like a few years of funding at the very least. And like a big focus for us, addressing like the theme of resiliency is over the next year, 2 years. A big focus for us is like improving our unit economics. We're generating revenue, but we're not profitable. So like moving towards like break even, not having to rely on VC money. That's sort of a big focus for us. And we plan on monetizing through in-app purchases and through like B2B partnerships. Yeah, that's a bit about me and Wombo.
Excellent. So now we have around 20 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and ask each of the panelists one sort of focused question, and then I'm going to have general questions for the entire panel. So I'll go back in reverse order. So Angad, you just spoke right now. Can you just talked a lot about Wombo, but can you just talk a little bit? And this is because there may be other young budding entrepreneurs who are in university right now or in college right now. Talk about that aspect. How was it to sort of juggle the pressures of, you know, being in university at like a very, very high profile and high pressure academic place like U of T, running a company, because that's what it is right now. You're not just a bunch of guys in a garage anymore. You guys are actually a company with like 30 employees and having to deal with like, a billion people wanting to download your app and all those kinds of things. How do you manage and juggle that, like the twin pressures of this? And finally, just the fact that you're like, you're 20 years old. I mean, so how the hell do you do this? So I'd like to hear that. So
For sure, yeah. Um, yeah, I just graduated. I just gave my final exam. I got my results. I think my parents are watching this, and like I told them like super honestly that my last exam, I don't know how it went, and like I may not have passed. But fortunately I like passed everything. I guess like what's happened over the last year, 2 years is like my focus has changed completely, like away from school. And like my goal has very much been to like just pass my classes, spend as little bit time on school as possible. I guess like the uh, part of the reason for that is like we have a bunch of dropouts in the team, and so it's like that's definitely rubbed off on me. Like a lot of folks in the team are like a bit anti-establishment. In terms of like advice I'd give folks is like students is I would say one, like if you're really certain that you want to pursue entrepreneurship and you want to build things, I would say like start building things. They don't have to be like venture backed companies. Like there's a lot of, if you're non-technical, there's a lot of great tools like Webflow and like a lot of no code tools that can let you build like businesses or like products for people to use. So I would say get your hands dirty as soon as possible. I would say if you're certain, this may be a bit controversial, but I think if you're certain about um, pursuing entrepreneurship, I would recommend like spending like less time on school and more time like learning stuff outside of school yourself. um, and then I guess like one thing that really helped me was I really made a very active effort to like surround myself with people that had skill sets I didn't, that had interests I didn't, and that really paid off. Like pretty much all my friends are engineers. I have like, out of the business program, I think I have like one like decently close friend, but all of my other friends are like either like from math or physics or CS. I've yeah. So these are sort of like pieces of advice I'd give folks. Yeah.
So again, you and I may not necessarily agree on the importance of education part. One thing I want to mention is, even if you drop out of university, you need to come to university to drop out of it. So don't forget that. Okay. All right. So,
Yeah, and
all right.
at the very least, I'd like to add like like without U of T, I don't think like AI would be where it is. A lot of like the foundational work that AI is built on was like was done by a bunch of like U of T profs, like Jeff Hinton, and then also like the whole Wombo team. I like pretty much recruited like 50% of the team is just like my closest friends, and we all met at U of T. So like if it wasn't for college, like Wombo wouldn't exist, like for sure.
Okay. All right. So my next question is to Monica, right? So Monica, uh, uh, you're in this sort of sustainability space, but you're also in a sort of venture fund. So you have essentially, you're serving two masters. You're serving the master of greater good, but you're also serving the master of investors who seek returns, right? Even if they are targeted investors who want to do good, they want to do good provided their investments do well, right? And many of these, if you think about this transition to net zero or all these kinds of or green tech and all that stuff, right? These are very long horizon things where you may not see returns for a very long time. And for every super successful company like Tesla also had its lean years where people were wondering. And you have somebody who's worked in Tesla as well, right? So, but for every Tesla, you also have Spiker and so many other companies which fell by the wayside. So, how do you manage this tension between returns and doing good? Oh.
That's a great question. So there are a couple of things. One is we don't take deep science risk. We will often invest with funds that will. So as a case study, there's a company we're invested in called Pivot Bio that makes a microbial alternative to traditional fertilizer. Traditional fertilizer is terrible for the environment. It's often made with natural gas and then over applied on the farm, creating a lot of ecosystem issues and runoff. And Pivot Bio makes a microbial alternative that's much better for the planet. To your point, that company did have a lot of time in lab before it became commercial. And there were a lot of alternative modes of funding that helped them get through those phases. So obviously, there's a lot of research funding. There are specific investors like Breakthrough Energy Ventures or philanthropic investors who can invest in a lot of the fundamental science side. And then we invested at the point at which they had a product that was in market that we were able to underwrite. And we're helping them scale and become a massive company, hire the team behind that, and think about additional products and how to build their go-to-market. So I think one aspect is sort of thinking about matching the right capital to the right phase of the company. And 10 years ago, when people invested in clean tech, a lot of venture investors who would usually invest in software were now investing in science projects. And that didn't turn out well in a lot of situations. I think the lesson that people have learned for this round of investing in climate tech and clean tech is to match the risk and return profile of capital with the types of investments people are making. The other piece is that even though Tesla is like the sort of poster child of successful clean tech. There have been several others. So Sunrun, for example, helps residential and business customers get solar panels on their roofs. We have a number of battery companies and mining companies, even upstream of that, for the materials that go into the supply chain, like Lithium Americas, that have generated great shareholder returns. Our belief is that this is a secular trend that's happening because of fundamental market forces, not just because it's doing good for the world. It's great that it's also doing good for the world. The cost of solar has come down enough that it's cheaper to build new solar than to build new gas in many parts of the US, and definitely even to run existing coal plants. So that is a fundamental trend that even in absence of subsidies will cause a lot of replacement of coal with solar. Similarly, the cost of batteries has come down so much. And of course, with all the geopolitical unrest today, EVs are getting a huge boost because consumers want to have the certainty of pricing and the ROI that comes from buying an EV over a traditional vehicle. So our view of the world is very much that there are sectors that tip in terms of cost parity within sustainability more broadly that can generate huge potential for investor returns that also happen to decarbonize.
Oh, that's a really interesting point you raised about the import or the reducing cost of sustainables, right? Girish, you might remember somebody shared this information on our IITM chat group about how last week California was above 100% renewable for a brief period of time, and that's because of the sheer. I guess it was a very hot day and there was a lot of solar being generated or whatever. But even on average, I think California is at close to 80% renewable, right? And that's a pretty amazing statistic. Even in India, you had like I know that the news is different right now because of the incredible heat wave. You have coal shortage and all this stuff. But in terms of projects, you had many new coal plants which were cancelled because they couldn't compete financially, and this is without any incentives and stuff, with renewables like solar and wind and stuff. So that's a pretty encouraging development. So my next question is to Girish. Now, and you briefly talked about this. Manpower and human capital is absolutely essential for AI. And if you're a startup in AI, right? Like this question could be for Angad as well. How do you manage that? Because the number of people who have do you start looking in geographies other than your own? So how do you manage this for Heal or for any other of your AI ventures that you may have been involved with? Do you look worldwide for talent? How do you manage that? How do you manage the fact that because AI talent is so scarce, you'll probably have very high employee turnover, and or employee retention can be a really big deal, right? So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, it is a tough problem. If you actually type in AI and LinkedIn today, if you put in Canada, 10,488 jobs open up. And if you do the same in the United States, 375,965 job openings, right, on LinkedIn. Again, there are some redundancies and all that in these, but you can see the level of jobs, especially in this area all over the world, right? Having said that, in my opinion, there are multiple areas, right? One is people that design AI related chips and all that, which again is a smaller area, but again, very high growth at this point. Second is people that, the typical machine learning engineers develop machine learning models, products related to that. Those are the core part of that. And then the third is, uh, people that are analysts, think of them as hybrid data scientists, looking at data, how to interpret them. And then the fourth is, people that do all the associated functions, right? Marketing, sales, business development, everything else in between there. Of course, in terms of venture capital and all that, Monica does, right? So the opportunities are huge, and I think for companies, this is a critical path in order to do this. But having said that, one is you have to have a product that is attractive for people to come and join. So that's number one. That means the market has to be big, the company has to have a differentiator, and then the third is what they can do to impact within the company is huge. So if you can show these, people are likely to come and join your company. And then of course, as Angad says, if you're friends who work together, who hang out together, and have a good time, that also kind of does well. So you see that many of the AI hiring that happens even in the valley here, you'll see one person joins, a new company. All of a sudden, their colleagues and people that worked in their team, they move en masse. Means, two things. One is they know that when they work together, they can produce magic. And then number two, they also look at whoever moved to the other company. They realize, that must be good. So there is that whole effect that happens as well. So that is one way to do. But having said that, it is tough. It's expensive. At the same time, the ROI of getting the top talent in AI versus the bottom quartile is huge. The difference is just stark. So you have to go for the top 25% percentile of talent. That's what moves a company, because even when you sell this product, a lot of times they're going to see who is behind doing this stuff, the AI part of it. So if you have somebody who has done this well, they know how to do it, they have succeeded in the past, it makes it a lot more compelling, both from customer point of view as well as investor point of view. And I'm sure Monica can talk about it from the investor point of view. But so yeah, tough problem, but people are solving it.
Well, short, just like an ad here, right? If you have any kind of hiring problems, please look at Canada and Toronto. There's a lot of AI talent here. And I remind you, the Canadian dollar is at 79 cents, so you're getting 20% discount on employee salaries as well. So it's good for your ROI also. Okay. Now I'm going to ask this. I think we probably have time for just one more question, because this is the last panel, and we can't bleed into the next one. And we want to leave a few minutes for the student organizers to also kind of wrap up the conference. So this broad question is to all of you, and again, in any order you can answer it. AI is one of those things. I remember my BTech project way back in 1990 was in neural networks. Okay, I worked on AI when we were finishing in, or the early AI we were finishing in this thing. So and AI has had a lot of false starts and false promises, and through the years, and it looks like finally in the last few years AI has really come to the forefront. So my question has two parts. Number one, do you think AI will live up to its potential? And number two, is AI going to be used for the greater good? Because I'm not talking about Terminator kind of scenarios. Leave that out, like where the machines start becoming sentient and start killing us and putting us in the matrix and all. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking more about AI has also had lots of pernicious effects. Right? People have said that many of these AI software, for example, shows evidence of racial and gender bias and all those kinds of things. So how do you think AI can be sort of harnessed for greater good, or at least not to do this kind of pernicious things I was talking about? So two parts: the promise of AI, whether it will be fulfilled, and whether AI can be channeled to the greater good and not towards sort of reinforcing the existing paradigms of discrimination and all those kinds of things which the world faces right now. And maybe we can go with Monica first, and then Anga, then Girish can have the last word. Yeah.
I wish I had a great answer to this. I mean, I think especially watching the battle for Twitter unfold, at least from Silicon Valley, it feels like that's 90% of the headlines in tech these days. What can be done with disinformation and frankly deep fakes, is really scary. And it's hard. A lot of these things, like whether it was Facebook or Twitter, it started out as entertainment, and then as they've become more powerful, have obviously become really dangerous, frankly, for society and for democracy. I think there's a lot of good research being done on AI ethics. I don't know how much of that is actually interacting with the people building these technologies. All I can hope is entrepreneurs like Angad and others are looking at what's happened with Facebook and Twitter and trying to build responsibly from day one.
Okay, so Angad, actually, I'll go to you next, and I would actually argue that service like Wombo actually makes the deep fake thing. It's actually tries to solve that problem, right? Because you realize that what you see is not real. Therefore, the next time you hear somebody saying something really provocative, which you don't expect them to say, maybe you'll also realize that maybe some guy has created this using Wombo, and it's not real. So, is that one of the reasons you guys did this? I'm just curious, or was it just for fun?
Yeah, I guess to answer your question first, we're pretty aware of like how deepfakes can be used for like I guess negative or malicious use cases. So we've prevented that with our app, where like every output's watermarked with the Wombo logo, and then we also don't let anyone say anything. We can't like a user can't go in and say like make this person say this thing. It's like a bunch of preset songs. So like our app is pretty harmless. In terms of like can AI be used for the greater good? I think AI is like I'm a bit biased, but I think AI is like one of the most it is the most transformative and impactful technology of our generation. Um, it's like kind of insane. So first I can speak about it from like Wombo's context, and I think we've used it like only for the greater good. If you read like the reviews, especially for Dream, there have been a lot of users that have had like a very emotional reaction from the product. There have been people whose arms were paralyzed and now they can't paint properly, and they're able to generate art using the app. And they've sent us like really long, really like beautiful messages. We had someone recently like send us a message saying like the app prevented them from committing suicide. And yeah, like people have just really like love our products, and I think Dream especially has really incited like an emotional reaction in some people. They like, I guess the first reaction when you use something like this is like it's magical, right? In terms of, I guess, like we're like an entertainment company, but like it's kind of like shocking to me when I see like these new models. Like I don't know if you guys have seen like Google's Palm or like even like OpenAI's GPT-3, but like Google's like the results from Google's Palm are just like mind blowing. It's like a I guess it's a large language model, and like I think like things are moving so fast we don't even realize it in like every field, like in computer vision, NLP. I think like in 3-4 years, I guess like one thing I'm scared about in terms of like the negative parts of AI is like things are moving so fast, and I'm not sure if we like all truly understand like the implications of some of this technology. I think in like very soon, in like 3 4 5 years, I know people think this might be like 10 years in the future, but I think very soon like people will have like virtual friends, virtual girlfriends. And like I'm not sure, because these like NLP models will get so good that you can like text your virtual friend or speak to your virtual friend. Like and like AGI is something that's very scary as well. Like, will the computers get smarter than us? So yeah, I guess I'm just scared about like how good things are getting in such a short time frame. And yeah, this is like a tough question to answer. If like, yeah, if like the computers will surpass human intelligence and like try to like, yeah, take over the earth in some malicious way. But I
So
think
Girish,
there's a lot of really smart people working on these problems. So like, yeah.
okay. So we don't have to worry about Terminator scenarios. That's good to hear. Okay. So Girish, 2 minutes to you to your thoughts on whether AI can fulfill its promise and also be directed towards doing good as opposed to I don't want to say evil in the Terminator sense, but let's say we don't want an AI software to deny minorities mortgage or to have gender discrimination in hiring or something like that because it's all being outsourced to AI. So we want to make sure AI doesn't do that. So what are
Got
your
it.
thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. So potential wise, see, the good thing about AI is, first of all, it's a tool. It's not, it's a technology, it's a tool, right? So it's going to aid, just like a weapon can be used for good and bad. Same thing with AI, right? But in terms of as it lived up to its potential, the good part of that is it is now accessible for anyone. You can, if you have a technology, you can roll it out at scale that has never been done before. And Angad says, right, his app came out, all of a sudden, you have incredible take rate and access to people. Take that, compare that to dishwasher, right? When it came out, the access was, even if you could enhance a technology in a dishwasher, for it to get, it took 75 80 years for it to get to a reasonable amount of population. So even if you had advancements, it wouldn't go. AI has that capability. It's good and bad. But has it lived up to its potential? Not yet. I think it is a work in progress, in my opinion. It's going to take a while. On the semiconductor processing side, I think we have solved it. On the model side, I think we have done pretty well. On the data side is a challenging part right now. So the focus going forward for AI is all about, can I use the right data? Do I have sufficient data? That's where bias and other aspects come into play. So if you can solve that with, instead of training with only the data that you have, can you create synthetic data that augments the data that you have, so that your model can then be trained and becomes less biased, etc. So you can do a whole lot of stuff. Now, the other part is, it's the companies that put out a solution. If they can have the framework of doing this ethically, doing it the right way, then the chances are that what comes out of it will do well. And if somebody wants to use it maliciously, yeah, I mean, there are bad actors all over the place. But just like any other technology, the good things will prevail over this, right? That's why we have survived this long. The other thing, actually, just wanted to also add that if you look at nuclear power, right, very few people have access to it, but it can be good and bad. In the case of AI, the good part is it is accessible by anyone. And of course, if something bad were to be done, it gets caught pretty quickly. There are standards bodies, there are regulations, there are sheer economic incentives that come with it. So I feel that setting the right regulatory framework, right design objectives, and the right economics. End of the day, bad things happen when the economics are geared towards it. So if you can make sure that the economics kind of are aligned with doing the right things, it'll actually likely that over time it works out well.
Okay, excellent. So, folks, with this, I would like to conclude this panel. So, Girish, Angad, and Monica, thank you so much for your insights, which I'm sure our audience as well. Hopefully, you guys learned from each other's experiences as well. I personally learned a lot from your uh, you know journeys, or description of your journeys and so on. And it was great to reconnect with some of you after a long time. So I'm going to basically end or hand over to one of our student organizers. So Ishan was handling the initiation part, but I'm going to he's one of our second year students. I'm going to hand over to Sumaya Tabassum, who's one of us first year students. And she is Sumaya. I hope you will also mention all the other students. It's not just you and
Yes.
Ishan. There were a bunch of other people in the team, so who are involved in putting together this conference. But I would personally like to thank all the panelists. Obviously, our keynote speaker, Mr. Petroda, who's an inspirational figure, and everyone from the panels on social enterprise to the panel on financial services, and now the panel on technology, for sparing time on a weekend with us. This YouTube video, although it's unlisted, we will once this program is over, it will be available for viewing, so you can share it with the network. So what I've seen in many of our events is many people could not attend this event because of the time, but they'll be able to view this entire thing. So you should feel free to share this with your networks as well, and you'll see that they'll find this very, very insightful. So with that, I'll stop speaking and hand it over to Sumaya. Sumaya, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Professor, and the distinguished panelists for such an insightful conversation on technology and its implication in our lives. And hello, everyone. Hello, everyone in the audience. I'm Sumaya, one of the event organizers for today. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday morning or evening with us and participating in lively discussions on the changing business environment and emerging opportunities for South Asia in a post-pandemic world. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, would like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Sam Pitroda, and all the other honorable panelists who graced us with their presence today, despite having busy schedules. I'm also thankful to our moderators, Professor Partha Mohanram, Professor Jody Grewal, and Professor Dushyant Vyas, for driving engaging panel discussions. I would also like to convey deep regards to Professor Partha Mohanram, whose constant guidance and support made this event possible. And I'd also like to thank Rotman India Innovation Institute and all the members of the organizing committee, Ishan, Gundev, Malika, Palak, and Saurabh, who have envisioned this conference and worked hard to make it a reality over the last 2 months. With that, we conclude the conference. Once again, we thank everyone for being here with us. It has been a pleasure. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.